A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, Easy Aces.
Drop in for another visit at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Ace, known as the Easy Aces. As it might happen in any typical family, the problem now at the Aces is brother-in-law, Jane's brother Johnny being the bone of contention. It's after dinner in the bungalow. Jane is in the kitchen, but we find Mr. Ace looking over some bills as Jane's best friend Marge, who lives with the Aces, sits by. Listen.
What do you suppose this is all about?
What's the matter?
This bill.
Oh, Jane got extravagant again?
It's not Jane. It's that brother of hers.
What? Johnny? Don't be silly. What does he need with you with all the effort millions he's married to?
Well, that's what I want to know. Look at this. 2 flannel suits delivered to John Sherwood. There it is. Now, that guy's starting his old tricks again.
Oh, be reasonable. With all the money Alice has...
Be reasonable. Here it is in black and white. And what's this? Okayed by Mrs. Ace. Well, if
Let me see that.
Wait a minute. I'm going to get at the bottom of this.
Now,
Jane!
Don't start an argument before you know what the facts are.
Stay out of this, Marge. I don't need any better proof than this that she's up to something. Jane!
This doesn't make sense. Why did he need your charge account?
That's what I'm going to find out.
Did you call me, dear?
What is this?
Not now, dear. I'm busy washing dishes. I want to get finished so we can go to a picture.
What is this?
Oh, what is this? I haven't got time to play that silly game now. I can't guess those things anyhow. Honestly, the things you think
Isn't
of.
that awful?
I think it's priceless.
Play it with Marge, dear. And don't call me in the
You
middle of...
sit down there.
But I have to finish washing the dishes.
Sit down.
Isn't he the most...
I have here in my hand a bill for 2 flannel suits delivered to John Sherwood and okayed by you.
Oh, that.
Yes, that. 2 flannel suits. $80. Now, you take it from there.
Beg pardon?
I want to know all about them.
Oh, well, one of them is a blue one. That's the one I thought he looked best in. Johnny likes the gray one better because...
I don't think he's interested in that phase
Will
of
you
it.
stay out of this, Marge?
Yes, Marge, stay out of this, please. Where was I? Oh, yes, Johnny likes the gray better because it's lighter. I mean, the color is lighter than the blue. He thinks blue is too dark for summer. But I think blue with light ties is very nice. That's why I made him get the light ties. That's on another bill there.
He got light ties.
Yes, and a few other things. You know, odds and evens.
Odds and evens.
Marge, please stay out of this.
I'm sorry, dear.
Well, anything else, dear?
Well, I don't know. Was there anything else?
No, that's all I can think of. Ties and a pin for his collar. You know, a few nicknames.
Yes, I know a few nicknames I could use right now.
Well, don't you want to ask me why he charged them to us?
Why he charged them to us? No, I don't want to ask that.
You don't?
No, after all, he's your brother.
But I thought you'd be mad or ask me why.
Mad? Oh, the idea you get. Mad because your brother charges a little thing like a couple of suits to my account? Me, his rich brother-in-law?
Oh, sarcastic, huh?
Oh, now, wait a minute. I think I'd better step in here whether I want it or not.
But, Marge, we told you to stay
I
out.
know, but I can sense the storm brewing, and I'm going to try to get at the bottom of this thing before my friend here bursts a blood vessel. Now, Jane, how come Johnny's charging things again to Ace's account?
Well, I'll tell you. But you're going to be surprised. Are you ready?
I'm holding on tight.
You, dear?
I'm numb from the other surprises.
Well, here's the whole thing in a shell hole. Johnny hasn't any money. See, I told you you'd be surprised.
Surprised at Johnny for not having money?
Well, I mean now, especially after he married Alice.
You mean they're not giving him any of that fortune?
Well, if that isn't a coincidence, that's just what I said to him. I said, how can you not have money, I said. And he says, well, just because Alice has all that money and because Mr. Everett has so much money, but that's no sign I've got it too. And then I saw what he meant. It hit me in the face like a flash in the pan. They weren't giving him any money.
Oh, but that's silly, Jane. I don't know what the procedure usually is, but, well, when a guy as penniless as Johnny marries a wealthy girl like Alice, they have to see to it that he has enough money to live up to the position he's in. Why, it's preposterous.
That's just what I said, only I said ridiculous.
Well, it certainly is.
You and me both. Come on, dear, you join in. Well, anyhow, I said to myself, well, they're not going to do that to my brother. I'll show them that he can have just as many things as anybody. And if they won't give him the money for it, well, I thought I'd charge everything.
Oh, but then I don't think that's fair for Ace to
Oh,
have
no,
to
no, just leave me out of it. I want to hear the way she's telling it. Go ahead. You just thought you'd charge everything.
Yes.
And you did.
Well, I wasn't going to let them do that to my brother.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you wouldn't want them to do it to your brother-in-law, would you?
Yes.
Sure, so I said, yes.
Now, wait a minute. I'm afraid we're going to have to get down to facts here, Jane.
What did you mean, yes?
Oh, what I mean doesn't matter, does it? After all, you're the big mogul around here.
Well, I am when it comes to my brother, whatever that is.
Of course. You're the chief. I salam you.
If you lay one finger on me.
What? Now,
Hey, you two. Settle down. I want to get at the facts here.
What facts? What other facts are there? Johnny has to live up to the Everett mansion he lives in, so I have to pay for it. Before he was married to a wealthy girl, all I had to do was supply some old suits of mine, some of my worn shirts, and spending money. But now he's living up to the Everett millions, and it seems that I have...
Just a minute before you start making speeches.
Well...
Jane.
What?
How long has this been going on? Old man Everett financed Johnny's honeymoon trip around the world, didn't he? Don't tell me Johnny paid for that.
I don't think so.
Maybe he hitchhiked.
What?
Oh, stop. Of course Mr. Everett paid for that. But now Johnny's back and settled down, and you mean to say that he doesn't give Johnny any money, or Alice doesn't?
Well, he hates to ask them.
No, but he doesn't hate to ask me.
Oh, but they're strangers.
His wife is a stranger?
Oh, that's preposterous, Jane. Besides, he shouldn't have to ask them. They should realize that he hasn't any money, and that he needs a lot of it now to run around with that crowd. They ought to give it to him without his asking.
Oh, well, they said they'd give it to him.
What? I don't get this at all. What do you mean they said they'd give it to him?
Well, they said they'd give him a very good salary.
A salary?
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. It's the old story. They want him to, I hate to say this word, work?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I thought. And, of course, Johnny doesn't feel he ought to work. Is that it?
Well, it all depends.
It all depends.
Yes, on what kind of work they want him to do. You told me all about that, too. It's because Mr. Everett owns so many different kinds of businesses that Johnny just can't make up his mind what to do.
So he charges 2 flannel suits to my account.
So they want Johnny to earn his way?
I suppose that's asking too much.
Not at all. When did all this come up, Jane? When did you find out about Johnny's not having money?
Oh, I knew that all the time. He told me, but he said to keep it in my hat, not to say anything to anybody
You
about
mean
it.
since he got back from his honeymoon?
Oh, yes, right after he got back. But the working part, I mean about making him go to work, that didn't happen till day before yesterday.
Not till day before yesterday.
Yes, after all that excitement about Abbott and the diamonds. And Johnny happened to say that he was going to miss having a valet like Abbott to help him get dressed and everything. So Mr. Everett said he wanted to have a hand-to-mouth talk with Johnny.
Hand-to-mouth talk with...
Go ahead.
Well, they talked, and Mr. Everett asked Johnny what he was going to do. And Johnny said about what? Because going to work was the furthest thing from his mind.
Naturally.
Oh, hush. Will you let her tell this story?
Yes, dear, don't keep
Now,
interrupting.
go ahead, Jane.
Well, you could have knocked Johnny down with a fender.
There's an idea.
When Mr. Everett said he wanted him to go to work, Johnny just looked at him a ghost. He says, work where? And Mr. Everett said any place. And the first thing you know, they had a long talk about it.
And what came of it?
Beg pardon?
Well, what was finally decided?
Oh, nothing. Johnny's thinking it over.
Thinking it over.
Yes, what he should do. Well, it just came so sudden.
What came so sudden?
Well, somebody asking him to go to work.
No, that didn't come suddenly. He's been asked that since I first met you, and I understand his father asked him that on the average of twice a day for 5 years before that.
Oh, well, Father, that's different. After all, it's like his own son.
Like his own son,
Yes, but Mr. Everett, well, if it wasn't for Alice, Johnny wouldn't even have known Mr. Everett, much less having him ask him to go to work.
Oh, Jane, you're not sitting there and telling us that you think Johnny shouldn't go to work.
Well, like Johnny says, it all depends.
Depends on what?
Depends on what kind of
Oh,
work.
he's choosy now.
Well, Mr. Everett has all kinds of businesses, like the department store and the bank.
Oh, the department store isn't big enough for him to fool with, is it?
Well, what kind of work would he do there? You wouldn't expect him to just start out selling things like anybody
Oh,
else.
no. I think he ought to start at the top.
Has Mr. Everett made any suggestions, Jane?
Yes, that's what I've been telling you. He wants him to go to work.
Oh, I know. But has he said what kind of work Johnny should do?
Oh, no, he just said to do something.
Then it's up to Johnny to decide what kind of work he should do.
Or if he should do any, he has to think it all over.
You mean he may decide not to go to work at all?
Well, he thinks it might be bad to start working. It might give him ideas that he ought to work all the time.
Well, isn't
Oh,
that
Jane,
all?
I can't believe you're in favor of his not working.
Well, I wasn't either before I talked to Johnny, but he explained it so good.
Oh, he can explain anything, that one can. But he doesn't get any sympathy from me in this case.
Well, you don't think he ought to go to work in that department store, do you?
Well, what's the matter with that?
But, Marge, he's Alice's husband.
Yes, that's all he is right now, Alice's husband. Why doesn't he make something of himself? What's the matter with the job in that big department store?
I suppose he thinks he fits better into the Everett Bank.
Well, that wouldn't be as bad.
I suppose he knows all about banking.
Well, he understands about money.
Now, I wonder if he understands where he could get $80 to pay me for these 2 suits. He wouldn't go to work in the bank just for that, would he?
Well, it all depends on what he would have to do in the bank. And besides, like he says, he hates to start working, and then they'll expect him to work all the time.
A president, you mean?
Or even vice president.
Or even vice president, isn't that all?
Well, it looks like Jane's brother Johnny is in a tough spot. And unless he goes to work, it looks like Mr. Ace will be on that spot. We'll learn Johnny's side of the story when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Mutual presents Arch Oboler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the 19th broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Oboler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays, told in relation to the expanding world in which we live. Tonight's play will be introduced by Arch Oboler.
These are days for great rejoicing, and days for thoughtful realization that now mankind has a God-given chance, perhaps the very last, to make this truly a world where all men live as brothers. It's fitting, then, this night, to bring you a very much requested return broadcast of my dramatization of Irving Stone's great novel, Lust for Life. The players are all members of the Actors Laboratory, a cooperative joining together here in Hollywood of what I believe is truly the finest acting talent in America today. The Actors Laboratory, then, in Lust for Life.
Who is with him?
No one. He asked even the doctor to leave.
Is there any hope?
None.
I don't understand. 6 months ago, he was as well as you or I.
6 months ago, his brother Vincent died.
Vincent, where did I fail you, my brother? Where did I fail you?
He shot himself. Your brother shot himself.
I must have failed you.
The mill at Riswick. The mill at Riswick.
Did I fail you then?
Do you really think I should go to London?
I don't have to think about it, I know. Breda, all Holland is wrong for you, Vincent. Too quiet, too peaceful. You need England, London, people, things happening. What have you here? You... I'm not good for you, Vincent.
Theo.
When we were children, all right, 2 of us against the world. But now you've got to be on your own. Live alone, make a living, meet people, know women. Yes, fall in love.
Love. I said that to you, didn't I, my brother? Go to London, fall in love.
I love the wind at night, don't you?
Really, Mr. Van Gogh, you're walking much too
Oh,
fast.
I'm sorry. It was wonderful of you to go walking with me.
I'm cold. Thank heaven we're almost home. I'd better go in.
No, I want to talk to you. I've been so lonely here these weeks. It was the way I wrote my brother Theo. If not for you, I don't know what... Will you be my wife?
What did you say?
I want to marry you. I want you with me, Ursula, always.
Oh, that's quite impossible.
But why?
Well, I'm engaged to be married.
Engaged?
Yes.
But all these weeks, why didn't you tell me?
I didn't think it important.
But you knew I was falling in love with
That's no
you.
concern of mine.
I can't bear to lose you. You will marry
Let
me.
go of me.
Well,
Do I have to marry every man who falls in love with me?
You've got to marry.
Let go of me.
Ursula.
Marry you. You've got your nerve, you fool. You country boor.
You wrote me about her, Vincent. Long letters. How she'd hurt you, how you couldn't live without her. I smiled. It was good for you, a little heartbreak. So you came home, my brother, home for peace. And I walked with you on the quiet streets of our town.
Theo, you amaze me. You, of all people, actually wanting to walk.
Vincent, what are you going to do now? Work.
I'm not sure.
Well, you spoke of the ministry.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm fit for it.
Vincent, listen. In each man is something that holds him together as a man. If he realizes that and lives for what's in him, even if the world ignores his work, he's been 1,000 times more successful than if he'd put down his desire and become the richest merchant in Amsterdam.
But how can I be sure what is in me?
You can only have the courage and strength to do what you think is right.
But I don't... How can I know what I really want?
I'm not a philosopher, Vincent. All I know is that every person has an integrity, a quality of character. If you have faith in that integrity in you, no matter what you choose to do, it'll turn out well.
But how do you know?
It's late. We better be turning back.
Answer me. How do you know that what I do will be well?
Because Vincent, listen to me. I was cut out to be a businessman. Yes, to dabble at the edges of art, but always as a business. But you, as surely as I know your name, I've always known that someday you... Do what you want. Become a minister or work in a shop or become a peasant. It doesn't matter because someday...
All right, Theo. All right.
An evangelist of God, Vincent. An evangelist in the misery of a mining village in the Belgian Borinage.
Theo, if there is a hell on earth, this is it.
Yes, I remember your letters to me. I remember...
There are 7 mines here, the oldest in Belgium. Men, women, and children work in the mines. The air is full of coal dust and poison gas. Children of 8 or 9, by the time they're 20, they're coughing up their lungs. Theo, I give them only words. When they're hungry, I give them only words. When they cough up their lives, only words. But I live with them, Theo. I'm one with their suffering, and with them I'll stay. I have only one question. I ask it again. When will the world stop thinking of profits and remember that these men, all men, are our brothers?
And you were my brother. And you, too, were living in that misery and degradation. I came to you straight from all my success in Paris, in my good black coat and my high stiff collar and my white tie with its bright pin. I came to you, my brother.
Theo?
Vincent, what in God's name is wrong? What have you done to yourself?
I was sick. I'm all right now.
But this hole... Why have you done this to yourself?
The mine. Explosion. Hundreds killed. I went down to hell.
Vincent.
The little children. Burned. Screaming. Theo, the children.
I didn't... Oh, Vincent, for the love of God, forgive me. I didn't know. When you were well, we found some green fields far from the horror of those mines. We lay in the young wheat, warmed in the sun, talked.
I like the sun.
Vincent, I'm going to give you a day or two more to get your strength back, and then I'm taking you home with me.
Home? What good would that be? Family wouldn't understand me. I want so many things, and yet I don't know what I want. Inside of me so much, and outwardly nothing. It's like that old miner I saw crossing this very field weeks ago. His black cap over his eyes, shoulders hunched over his hands in his pockets. A caricature of a man. Yet as he passed me, he lifted his face and then his eyes. Look, I drew what I saw, Theo, the sketch. It's here someplace. Let me show it to you.
These drawings, yours?
Yes, I've been putting down the people here as I've seen them. The one of the old man, I'm sure it's here some. Theo, what is it?
These drawings? Don't you understand? These drawings.
What do you want? Theo?
Yes, Vincent, yes! This is what you can do. Start now. Live where you want. Paris, Brussels, Amsterdam. Just take your choice, and I'll send you the money for your living every month. I don't care if it takes years. I'll never give up hope if you don't. You will be an artist. So many days since I said that, Vincent. So many things in them. A little laughter.
Theo, you should have heard Mother today. I drew some figures without heads, and she told me that I shouldn't do it again. If God put heads on people's bodies, she said, you should.
Laughter and work.
I draw until my fingers cramp, and then I read until my eyes ache, because how can I draw life if I don't know what the people talk and feel about this world we live in?
And disappointment. Always disappointment.
Today I brought some of my drawings to the great critic, Mynheer Ter Steeg. He said they were no good. Just like that, Theo, he said they were no good. Well, Theo, can it be true? I won't believe it. Not as long as you believe.
How could I help you? What could I tell you? Again I waited. And then she was there. Her husband had died, so she came visiting.
Dear Theo, I'm very happy. Cousin Kay, whom I'd never seen, has been visiting with us for 2 weeks, and I've never known such beauty. It's not only in her face, it's her whole being and manner. Her quiet walk, her perfect poise, her every little gesture. Theo, to you alone in all the world, I can say this. Today, when Kay sat by me in the woods as I worked, all at once I realized that in all my life, no woman has ever said one caressing word to me. No woman has looked on me with love. No woman has ever kissed me. I've never loved. But now I can say it. I love. And I want.
I read your letter. I wanted to come to you, Vincent, and warn you. But again I waited too long.
Dear Theo, today I worked as usual in the field sketching the workers. Kay was with me. I finished my drawing and knelt to shore. And suddenly I felt her shoulder burning my side, and the sketches fell to the ground, and I was holding her close, and the words I'd never spoken were pouring from my lips. And as I said them, suddenly I saw that her face was twisted with horror. And then she struck me, and she screamed. And she tore herself free from me, and she ran across the field. And I was left alone. Always alone.
Why didn't I help you then, my brother? But all I gave you were empty written words of consolation. Work, work, find your happiness in work. How could I, who lived well, understand your hunger? How could I understand how they tortured you?
As a good friend of the family, I say you must hurry, Vincent. You must hurry and earn your living. You don't know what a strain it is on your brother Theo to have to send you 100 francs a month. You must support yourself as quickly as possible.
So you two call yourself an artist, Uncle. Tell me, what do you go around in those dirty racks for? Why don't you buy yourself something?
Hurry, Vincent, hurry. It isn't right to live on another man's money. You must earn your own living, my boy.
How they must have tortured you. And then, in those dark days, Christine.
Do you mind my sitting here?
No, of course not. I'm grateful for your company.
My name is Christine. What's yours?
Vincent.
What do you do?
I'm a painter.
Do you sell any paintings?
No.
Why not?
I'm trying to find a way to paint. A way that's right for me.
You look hungry.
You look very tired.
Yeah.
Why do you come here?
Because I'm half dead. And if I drink enough, then I'm all dead and I don't feel anything anymore. See what I mean?
Yes, Christine. I see.
Our friends began whispering about you, Vincent. And what they said reached all the way to me in Paris. So at last I went to you.
Yes, I am, Theo. In the eyes of the world, I'm an eccentric nobody. So I paint the nobodies of the world, those that have nothing. Let me show them to you, Theo. You'll see.
Wait, later.
Huh?
Now, Vincent, I must confess my primary purpose in coming here was to ask you not to establish any permanent relationship with that woman.
Oh.
Tell me, what is she like?
She gives me kindliness and tenderness.
Vincent, I never draw class distinctions, but marriage? Surely you will wait a bit before you go into such a marriage, will you? Vincent, I ask it.
All right, Theo. If you ask it.
Was I wrong then, my brother? At last, I was able to have you with me.
Oh, Paris. After all these years, oh, Theo, I'm grateful to you.
Oh, don't use that word.
You can't change how I feel.
Look, that writing over the church door.
Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Do they really mean it, Theo?
Yes, it's begun here, Vincent. It'll spread over the world. In a few years, there'll be no more of what you hate, the misery and inequality.
A few more years.
Yes. And then what will you paint, A world full of happy faces, well-filled stomachs. Will you want to paint that, my brother? Here, we go in here.
But an art gallery? You told me to stay out of all...
Say nothing, just go in. Look.
Yes, Theo.
Look.
Oh, Theo. Theo.
Vincent, will I ever forget your face as it was at that moment? That thin, tired face that had known only the misery of work never done. You looked at these glowing paintings on the wall, paintings mad with sun and light and air of the new France, where men dared speak as men. And suddenly, All the years of unhappiness were gone from you. And your face as you looked at me was as young as that day by the mill stream at Riswick.
Oh, Theo.
It's tremendous, isn't it?
But who?
They're called the Impressionists. Degas, Manet, Gauguin, Toulouse-Lautrec, Monet. The breath of the new France.
Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't I know? Why did you let me waste all these years?
You wasted nothing. You've worked out your craft for yourself. Everything you do is right. What you painted, why you painted. The only thing wrong is the use of light and color. That's all you must learn from these Impressionists. You belong to them. You belong to this time. Liberty, equality, fraternity. Oh, Vincent, isn't it wonderful to be living in a time when such important things are happening?
Yes, Theo. Yes.
The days after that, did I fail you then? Did I drive you too hard, my brother?
Theo, it's no use. My mind knows what I want to put on canvas, and yet my hands... If I only knew what was wrong.
It's Paris.
Paris?
In Paris, you found a new way of work. Paris has been your school, and as long as you remain here, you'll be nothing but a schoolboy.
You want me to go away?
Yes, of course. Somewhere in this world, there's a place you can make all your own, where you'll reach maturity. There's where you have to go, Vincent, at once.
You want me to go away?
I sent you away, but I wanted you to stay.
Dear Theo, the sun here in Arles is like a great ball of fire. It hangs in the hard blue sky and burns through my skull like liquid fire. But you were right. Here I can work.
Your letter. Your first letter from Arles.
Dear Theo, this is a strange place of mad people, driven that way, they tell me, by the heat and torturing wind of the Mistral. Yet here I work. The hard, relentless blue of the sky, the green of the fields that is beyond green, and the blood red of the soil. Colors flow on my canvas, and there is no world but you and my work, and the heat of the sun burning through me.
Should I have guessed then, Vincent? Should I have come running to you and said, come home now?
Dear Theo, this valley is like a great shimmering furnace. I sit in the middle of it, and everything in the valley flows before me, and as it passes me, I put it on canvas after canvas. Today, as I painted, the sun seemed to come closer, and suddenly, out of the sun came a woman, and she kissed me, Theo. My eyes, my ears, and her mouth was warm on my mouth. And suddenly she was gone, and I got up. I ran through the fields, Theo, until I could run no more, and I fell asleep. And when I awoke, the sun was gone.
I should have gone to you.
Dear Theo, a strange thing happened to me. I was in the field. I was just going to paint the most wonderful canvas I'd ever done, when suddenly out of the sky came blackbirds. Yes, thousands of blackbirds, cawing closer and closer until they covered me, flew into my hair, into my mouth, my ears, my eyes. I was covered with blackbirds. And Theo, I swear it, they flew through my head.
Then I went to you, Vincent.
Please let me through. Let me through. I'm looking for it. I must pass. Please, gendarme.
What is it? What's going on here? Why can't I get by?
It's only a crazy man out there. Can you imagine? He cut off his right ear and handed it to a woman.
His name?
Van Gogh.
Then I was with you, Vincent.
So you're by my side again, Theo.
Vincent, listen to me. The doctor says you must go away.
Away?
It's really a hospital where they can watch you and help you.
No.
It's for your own good. It's quiet. You'll have the best of care.
Will you be there? Oh, Theo. If I go to the insane asylum, will you be there with me?
So instead, I took you home with me, Vincent. Was that where I failed you?
She's a wonderful wife for you, Theo. I'm very happy for you.
Someday you, too, will find a wife like my Johann.
No, Theo, it's too late.
What are you talking about? Why, these weeks, you're well again.
Theo, for the last 2 days, I haven't let you come into the room you gave me. Will you come in there now?
Of course.
Before you open the door, Theo. Do you remember my first day in Paris? When you took me to that art gallery and awoke me from my sleep?
You asleep?
Open the door now, Theo.
All right, but I can't imagine what... Vincent.
It's my work. All my work. What do you think of it, my brother?
What did I think of it, Vincent? How could I tell you then? How could I say it now? A man's life on a wall. A life of passion. A life of pity and understanding for all people. I could only take your hand, Vincent, and hold it in mine. I could not speak.
I am so grateful to you for having let me into your lives for a little while. Yours and Johann's. I must work again. I must find a way to repay you.
Vincent, your last letter. How many times have I read it? How many times have I heard the words of it in my head?
I'm working in the fields again, and the sun is burning down on me. I'm painting a picture. The field, the yellow cornfield opposite the cemetery, and if I paint it well, perhaps I'll be able to sell it and buy something for Johann. And maybe for the first time in my life, for you. Did I tell you, Theo? The sun is very hot again? Yes, very hot. Theo, did I ever tell you how the children used to make fun of me? Yes, and all. They'd stand under my window and sing songs about how crazy I was. I think I hear it. Oh, it's foolish, isn't it? Those children of all are far away, aren't they? I'm in a field, an empty field. I'm safe, quite safe. Theo, I hear something else from up in the sky. Theo, I'm afraid to look. It's growing louder. Louder. The sun. They're darkening the sun. Theo! Theo, the blackbirds! Theo, help me! The blackbirds!
They brought me to you, Vincent. They found you there in the fields, the revolver in your hand, your blood redder than the soil you had painted so many times.
Theo?
Yes.
I put out my hand, and you're always there.
Oh, Vincent, how unhappy you must have been to do this. Why didn't I know?
You remember the mill at Griswick? You?
Vincent, why didn't I know?
You knew. My work. I've finished it. I want to die now, Theo.
You closed your eyes, Vincent, and you were dead. And I helped carry you through the yellow cornfield, through the gate of the cemetery, and they put you into the ground, and they covered you with earth. Oh, Vincent, Vincent, they buried me too. What other reason was there for my life if not for... Vincent, it's dark, and I'm lonely for you. Why have you left me? Where did I fail you, my brother?
You have just heard the Actors' Laboratory of Hollywood in Arch Oboler's dramatization of the Irving Stone novel, Lust for Life. The original musical score was written and conducted by David Raksin. The members of the Actors' Laboratory who participated in the broadcast were Morris Kornowski, Helen Beverly, Roman Bonin, J. Edward Bomberg, Hugo Haas, Ruth Nelson, Lloyd Bridges, Phil Brown, and William Watts. Here is a note of interest to the many listeners who've asked for copies of Mr. Oboler's plays. A new book by Arch Oboler has just been published. Its title, Oboler Omnibus. It is published by Jewell, Sloan, and Pierce. The book contains 13 plays and a discussion of radio and radio personalities. Next week's broadcast will bring you a triple feature. 3 short plays, all of them comedies, all of them concerned with children. This will be the 20th in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Oboler. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock. Many thousands of years ago, when man was still sporting a bearskin coat, a matted beard, and a taste for raw meat, he discovered fire. He used this remarkable new invention to warm himself, to protect his people from their natural enemies, and to worship. A little later, he found out that his meat was tastier when cooked, and fire became an even greater boon. Still later, fire was used to propel a boat or run an engine, and in the course of time, it became a necessity of life. But although fire had been harnessed, it was never subdued. Civilization must always be on its guard against it. For all it needs is a guiding hand and a demented mind to run completely wild.
What time is it, Matt?
Nearly 7.
She'll be here in a minute now.
Who?
Mamie.
Who's Mamie?
Oh, Ralph. You just never listen when I talk to you. You know we've been without a cook and housemaid for over a week now, don't you?
I haven't complained, have I?
Not you haven't. I'm the one who's had to do the cooking. Well, I've had good luck. I put my meat papers yesterday and this woman called up. She's coming here for an interview tonight.
Oh, good. Where'd you put my paper?
It's right there in front of your nose, darling.
Oh, yes.
Do I hope he doesn't disappoint me?
Who?
Mamie.
Whose name is it?
Oh, never mind.
Oh, I think I haven't caught her yet.
What?
So this pyromaniac was on the loose, a nickname of Flaming Francis. She started 4 fires in the past 3 months.
Where, what?
Yes, throughout the city. The last one was on Sanders Street.
But that's not far away from here.
No. She started a fire in the basement, and 3 people were burned to death.
Oh, horrible.
Oh, well, they'll get us sooner or later. They put special police on the case.
Why do people do things like that, Ralph?
Oh, well, I don't know. Something wrong upstairs, I guess. Fixed as well as criminal.
Oh, yes. When Mamie gets here, let me do the interview. I don't want you to scare her away.
Scare her away? What do I look like, a zombie?
You're liable to say something tactless, darling. You feel much more at home when a woman in the house is most of the talking.
All right.
What does the doctor have to go over? I'm just not going to be a judge around here any longer.
Oh, honey, you know.
This is... Excuse me, tie-dye.
Oh, would you like me to wear my dinner jacket?
Good evening. Are you ready? Yes, ma'am. Name is Fair. But I'm the contract. Please come in. Mamie, this is Mr. Cartwright.
Hi, Mamie.
There's a minute, sir. Well, sit down, Mamie. Thank you. You can cook, of course. Yes, but only plain cooking. Oh, that's just what we want. We don't go into fancy dishes here. Isn't that so, right?
Oh, sure.
Well, now, this apartment has 4 rooms, and your room's in there next to the kitchen. There's a small radio on the table for your own use. I think you'll be very comfortable. Any washing, Mrs. Cartwright? Oh, no. We think I can write. Oh. The diary, of course, was listed in the air. The diary's all right. Oh, that's fine. Then, I suppose you move in tomorrow morning. Yes, sir?
A reference.
Oh, yes. I imagine you have some, maybe. Doesn't say anything about references in the air. I know, but, it's not that I want to be silly.
You'll just tell us who you work for last.
I worked for a woman last in North State. I'll write to her for reference if you want. How long did you work there? 2 years. I came here last month. I haven't been doing much since then. I said I'd take a little rest. But now I want to go back to work again.
Mamie, what's this woman's name?
Kent.
And her address?
Now, look, Mr. Cartwright, if you think I'm lying... No, please don't feel that way. You write me to Kent and show us the reference when you receive it. I'll do it tomorrow. Well, now, that's just about all. Can we expect you at 8 in the morning? I'll be here. But, if you're free, you can keep it with you. You get Sundays off and, what is it, honey? I was just wondering about your kitchen. Oh, you'll find it a very nice place to work in. The refrigerator and the stove are both so new. What kind of a stove have you got? What kind? Electric or flame? Electric. Oh, too bad. An electric stove is just as easy to cook on as a gas stove. I know a lot of people think so, but I don't. I always liked the kind that had the flame.
Oh, hi, dear.
You really there?
Yeah, just off an hour sooner. Oh, dinner ready? I'm starved.
Amelie's got it all executed. I have to send out for some tomatoes.
Yeah. Oh, did you find out any more about her?
Now, Val, the woman is sending for references. Oh, it's been enough, huh?
Yes, I say so.
But she told me a little about herself. She's 39, and the people were farmers. She originally comes from the country somewhere. Poor Peter.
Yeah. Oh, say, I forget. I better wrap those matches.
What matches?
Oh, those special giant barbecue matches I bought for Larry Wilson. It's birthday Friday, and I want to send them out.
Well, what did you do with the box?
It's right here.
Darling, I didn't do any matches.
Oh, the kid got lost. The box was over a foot high.
Well, Mamie cleaned the house today. Maybe she put them somewhere else.
Well, I'll go and have a look for them. If I don't get that package out in the morning, I'll forget about it. Hey.
You find them?
Oh, wait a second.
Where?
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, you did find them.
Yeah. Did I where?
Where?
In Mamie's room. Pretty good, Eugenia.
Oh, Mary's a much better cook than she pretends to be.
Well, she still has to pass the acid test and she cooks me a first-class roast.
You want your coffee, Mailman? Yes, thank you.
Oh, Mamie?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind passing me that box of cigars? They're on the table.
Yes, sir.
Oh, say, I got a break today, Virginia. Charlie Bolton came in with an order for 200.
All right, sir.
Oh, thank you.
What's me like for you, Mr. Cartwright?
Oh, that's nice of you, then. As I was saying, Virginia, Charlie Bolton came in.
Hey, you didn't put that much on before you do yourself. I won't burn myself, ma'am. Is there anything else you want to ask now? No, thank you, Mamie. You can clear the dishes and have the evening off. I've got a club meeting tonight, and Mr. Cartwright's going to a political meeting. Yes, ma'am. You might take in a movie around the corner. Oh, I don't think so. I can find things to do that I enjoy. Thanks for the evening, ma'am.
Oh, that was odd.
What was?
Well, waking up that match could have almost burned her finger.
That reminded us both.
If you hadn't forgotten about it, she's looking at it all the time.
Right. Let's not talk about it like it's inside business. I hear.
All right. But I still think it was odd. Good morning.
Good morning, Dad.
Oh, where's Mamie?
That's what I'd like to know. Did you come back last night?
No?
I'm making all breakfast, so if you went too late to work.
Oh, you don't need to rest, do you?
I hope not. My friends are still in the room. Oh, Ralph, I wish you wouldn't talk about your dinner so much. You might be able to hear
Now,
it.
don't blame this on me. You know, I never said anything
It's
to her.
annoying, that's all. I get someone I like, and she works one day, and then she disappears. It's enough to drive a woman to distraction.
Maybe she went out in a bender.
What?
Well, who knows? She might be one of those lost weekends. We may be better off getting rid of her after all.
Ralph, how can you say that?
All right. I'm sorry. I better stay out of your way. You're not in a very good mood today, dear. Here's my morning paper.
Well, it always is at this time. Outside the door.
All right. Hey, Virginia, look at this.
What is it?
Big headline here. Flaming Francis strikes again.
What?
The pyromaniac nicknamed Flaming Francis by the police set fire to another building last night on Harrow Street.
Oh, it's just around the corner.
Fortunately, the building had been condemned and was just about to be razed. No one was injured, although a fireman was overcome by smoke.
Oh, he's right here in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
That's Mamie.
Mamie, all right.
Morning. Good morning, Mamie. I'm sorry I didn't get back last night, but I didn't think of leaving until this morning anyway. That's all right. You see, I went to visit a sick friend. She had no one to take care of her.
What's happened to your left hand, Mamie?
Yes?
Why is it bandaged?
Oh, it's nothing. I'll get my uniform on and start my work. All right, Mamie. Oh, well, thank goodness you did. You're right, I said. When?
That bandaged hand of hers.
What?
The bandage was padded, and part of it seemed to be stained with some kind of lotion.
What about it?
Well, it's the kind of bandage I've seen sometimes on a very bad day. Time once gone, like smoke from a burning ember, can never be reclaimed. But the ember can perpetuate itself. Given fuel enough, it can ignite and spread. And there are those who receive a strange exhilaration as they watch the flames march down, leaving death and desolation in their wake. We've got to get rid of her, Virginia.
Please, Ralph, let's not be hasty.
I've got half a mind to call the police.
And what will you say to them? What is it that she's the woman they're after?
Oh, I admit it's all circumstantial, but I'm not taking any chances.
But, Ralph, if you call the police and she's innocent, as I'm sure she is, she'll lose it.
What you don't seem to realize, Virginia, is that we may have a dangerous maniac in the house. We've simply got to protect ourselves whether we lose her or not.
Oh, so you're right.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll call the police right now while she's out, and I'll have one of their men come over tonight.
I can't wait until tomorrow.
Listen, I couldn't do any work at the office today because I was worrying so much. I say, burning the whole block of flats down with you.
Oh, Ralph, you've just got a big imagination.
Well, that's how I feel about it. And I'm calling the authorities. When did Mamie say she'd return?
She said about 10:30. She was going to the pictures.
For all we know, she may be planning to burn down a couple of hospitals just to keep herself in trim. No, I'm definitely going to get the police. And as you said, you hired this girl 2 nights ago. Yes, Sergeant. She answered an ad in the paper. Did she give any references, Mrs. Cartwright?
We asked her for them, and she said she'd write to the last place she worked at, in another state.
No, it would take at least a week to get a reply, if her story was true. We can check on it later.
Sergeant, don't you think it may have been a coincidence? The burn on her hand, I mean.
Very easily. Frankly, I wasn't even sure it was a burn, but under the circumstances... You did the right thing, Mr. Cartwright. Of course, taking any chances. If she is innocent, she can prove it soon enough. Now, let's have a look at her room. Yes, all right. Come with me.
Maybe sleeping here.
Is that her suitcase?
Yes.
Let's have a look at it. Have you any other clues? No, not yet. This is the first bait we've had. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything here.
What are you doing with my suitcase?
We didn't think you'd be back so soon, Mary.
I decided to sneak into my train.
Now, just a minute.
Mamie, this is
Sergeant Kane.
a policeman.
Yes? Now, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
I haven't done anything. I'm not a thief.
We're not looking for a thief, Mamie. What happened to your hand?
I heard it.
How?
I burned it.
Where?
On a stove?
Yes?
In my friend's house. She told us she was going to give it to her friend on the night of the last time. That's fine.
Mamie, I'm afraid I'll have to take you down to headquarters.
You're arresting me?
We just want to question you. If you answer our questions the right way, we'll let you go inside an hour.
What have I done? What do you think I mean?
All right, Mamie. Come along quiet.
That's their fault. I knew I should never taken this rotten job.
Come on, Mamie.
I'll take the hands off me. I can walk by myself.
Here. There, that's that.
I guess we've left it for good, man.
She was guilty. I could see it in her eyes. She was scared to death when she saw that detective. Don't you think we ought to get to bed?
I wish we could find out what happened to me.
I'll contact the police in the morning and ask them, dear.
Couldn't you call them
No,
now?
I can't do that. I can't go in.
I'll take it. Hello?
Papa?
Yes?
Sergeant Kane.
Oh,
Everything all right in your bed?
why, yes.
I thought I should tell you. That cook of yours got away from us.
She did?
She escaped from the car just before we got to headquarters.
She escaped. Well,
Here, let me have that. Sergeant Kane? Mamie got away, Miss Carter. I thought I'd call you and put you on the alert. Was she the one you were after? Looks that way, now that she made a break. I've got 20 men scouring the city for her. Keep an eye on your place, too. If she shows up here, I'll turn her in immediately. I hope I didn't scare your wife. Well, I'll take care of that. As soon as we know, I'll let you know. You'll make Mr. Cartwright feel easier. Thank you. I advise you to take Ruthie into caution. Remember, she's a dangerous woman. Yes, I'll keep my eyes open. Thanks for calling, Sergeant. Good night. Good night.
well, I'm scared.
Now, Virginia, there's no need to be scared. There's nothing to be frightened about.
But I am. She's liable to come back and set fire to the apartment.
She's not at all likely to come back.
I won't stay here until she's told well.
Now, look, Virginia.
I just couldn't sleep all night. Darling, let's go to a hotel.
Hotel? Oh, now, that's silly. Besides, well, someone ought to be here in case she returns. It's perfectly all right. I can handle her.
And what? Would you really mind if I stayed overnight somewhere else?
Somewhere else? Well, do it.
I could go to your sister's place. Remember, she left the key when she went away on holidays.
It's after 11. You know, I don't like you to go across town at this hour alone.
Well, I'll take a cab in front of the door.
I suppose that'll be all right. And call me when you get there.
Oh, darling, I will. Oh, please be careful.
Don't worry, darling, I will. I doubt if I'll shut my eyes for the rest of the night. Mankind took many centuries to make of fire a good servant. But it takes only a few minutes for the good servant to turn into a destructive monster. Let's follow the fortunes of Plain and Sanctum.
This is Papa. No, don't make a sound. I have a knife in my bag, and I know how to use it. What do you want? You thought you were pretty clever, didn't you? Calling the police. Well, I'm clever. I was feeling you'd leave your house tonight when you found out I'd got away, and I've been waiting for you. Maybe. You're being very busy, ain't you? Tell me what I am. Well, you people are alike. You pay out money and you think I'm a slave. What are you talking about? You think you can buy the world, don't you? You think having money is everything. Well, it isn't. All right, it isn't. Now, if you'll just let me know, Mrs. Carter, you're not getting a chance to call the police and tell them the story. I won't say anything. Coming with me. I want to prove something to you. What are you going to prove? That money isn't everything. I'm going to show you a bigger thing. Only, what do you mean? You'll find out. Come with me. It isn't very far. Here in this alley. Where he's taking the street, walking with this Cartwright, we're going into this cellar. Only steps. Open this door. It's so dark in here. You know what this building is? It's a warehouse. You know what that's there, huh? That's it. Take my light and rest. I'll show you something. What are the signs on those walls? No smoking. Do not like nothing. Let the flames come up as light as the sun. And I'll leave you here to enjoy it to the finish. Don't be a fool, honey. I wouldn't say no. Not you wouldn't. You don't know anything about me, do you? But you're going to learn a little something right now. Maybe. That's one of those newspapers in that bloody pen. Newspapers? What a fine job you turned out to be. How do you expect to set this building ablaze with one match? What do you know about it? I'll tell you what I know. I know that you had nothing to do with the Thunder Street fire. And the Harrow Street there was another job that was news to you. How do you know? Because I started them both. And I didn't do it with a match either. That on the level? Yes. I'll tell you something else you haven't heard of. Have a look. What is that? Is it that? No. Boxes. I make them myself. All I have to do is to slide up against that wall. And it goes burn through everything. Well, we've got to know something about chemistry to make these. You use those things to start the fire? Of course. You've got something in common, haven't you? I'd just love to see the flames as they look their way from through and through. We'd both love to smell the smoke as it clears up in the sky. Oh, it's wonderful. You're going to put a what's that thing in the car? This is Patrick. What about your husband? Does he know anything about this? Yes. Oh, that's the fool. You'd never understand. You do know this, you do. Right. You know what sort of picture here, the crackle of his burning too. And when the sparks fly, he'll take the step. Look, you throw one on this side, and I'll throw mine over here. There's paper there. And we'll go outside and watch for me. We'll watch. And we'll laugh together. Throw it, maybe. Throw it. Come on, honey. Get the fire, honey. Don't tug on this side or you might get hurt. This is your last try, my girl. Come on. Just tell me one thing, Susie. What about Mamie? It's fire. This woman's taking on the force. I had an idea you were behind those fires. You're seen in the neighborhood of two of them. We needed a little more proof. You seem to have it. I'll say we have. All right, flaming counters. Let's get started. What is that, please? Oh, it's a pretty fire, isn't it? Oh, it's so clean. So clean and bright. I just wanted to get one last look. It's all the people,
as old as time. And they said that even the earth was a smoldering crust before the coming of man. And it was a time-worn axiom that flaming Francis might have found appropriate. Fire can only be fought in turn with fire.
The Clock will be heard next week, same time, same station. Written by Lawrence Key and narrated by Hart McGuire, you heard as Virginia, Margot Lee. As Mamie, Margaret Christensen. As Ralph, John Bussell. And as the Sergeant, Max Alston. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
No. I don't want to die. Get away. Get away.
John, wait.
Oh. Where is he?
Where's who?
That man.
Oh, you've been having a nightmare, John.
Huh? Oh, good heavens, Clara. It was awful. I dreamed there was a man in this room, and he stood right over me. And he said I was going to die. I was going to be murdered within 48 hours.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak, and so I tell you tonight the strange story, Death Comes at Midnight. John Prentice is a manufacturer, a very busy man who needs his rest. But John had a frightful dream. The dream was not brought on by a guilty conscience, for John's life has been above reproach. He loves his wife, Clara, and their grown daughter, Eva. He has done no wrong to any man. Why, then, this awful dream with its prophecy of death? Now, the following evening, the Prentices are planning to attend a lecture, and Dwight Cooper, Eva's fiancé, is going with them. The wife and daughter are in the living room awaiting his arrival.
Oh, there's Dwight now, Mother. I'll go to the door. Wait a minute, Eva. You'd better make sure who it is before you open the door. Oh, Mother, you still worrying about that dream Daddy had last night? Well, I can't help being nervous about it. Well, of course it's Dwight. We're expecting him, aren't we? I'm going to let him in. Well, enter, my lord.
Hello, darling. How come you're answering the door yourself? Maid's night out?
We haven't got a maid. She went to work in a war plant.
Well, good for her.
We're going to do without a maid for the duration.
That's the spirit. Good evening, Miss Prentice.
Good evening, Dwight. You see, Mother, it wasn't a big bad wolf after all. Not this time. But we'd better be careful, Eva.
Well, what's this about a big bad wolf?
Seems that Mother believes in dreams, Dwight. And last night Dad had one that was really a honey. Oh, I don't believe in dreams. Oh, Daddy. Yeah? Dwight's here, so hurry up.
I'll be there just a minute.
Talk about a woman taking her time dressing.
Well, what about this dream?
You tell him, Mother. Well, I don't believe that all dreams have a meaning. But this one John had was a prophecy, and I'm concerned about it.
Yes?
He kept hearing a man's voice telling him over and over that he was going to be murdered within 48 hours.
Murdered?
Can you imagine such a thing?
Oh, well, I wouldn't be alarmed, Mrs. Prentice. According to psychologists, a dream has no possible relation to the future. They say a dream comes from experiences of the past that have been registered in the subconscious mind.
Well, if John's been murdered in the past, I haven't heard about it.
Oh, now, wait. I didn't mean it quite as literally as all that.
Well, Mother's been counting the hours, Dwight. Let's see, the dream came at midnight last night. That means Dad's hour of doom is midnight tomorrow, if he isn't murdered sooner.
Maybe we'd better not risk taking him to the lecture.
Oh, I wish you two wouldn't joke about it. I don't think it's any joking matter. Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello? Mr. Prentice there?
He's busy right now. Could I take a message?
Yeah. Tell him he better come to the phone, whether he's busy or not, if he wants to save his life.
What?
This is a matter of life and death.
Oh, well, hold the line a minute. Of all the amazing things, there's a man on the phone who sounds like a gangster. He wants to talk to Daddy about saving Daddy's life. His life?
Maybe I'd better talk to him.
Oh, no. No, that's John on the phone. Call in, Eva.
Daddy, you want it on the phone. It's important.
All right, I'm coming.
Oh, don't tell me that dream didn't mean anything. Now, Mother, don't get excited.
Well, just what did this fellow say?
Well, Oh, here's Daddy.
Well, hello, Dwight.
Good evening, Miss Prentice.
Daddy, wait. I don't know who that man is, but he's terribly hard-boiled, and he said I'd better get you to the phone if you want to save your life.
What's this?
Oh, John, now...
I'll see what it's all about. Hello?
Mr. Prentice?
Yes?
You don't know me, but you better pay attention to what I'm telling you, see? A certain man here in town, a wealthy guy, has offered me a nice piece of dough to put you out of the way.
What?
But I want to be reasonable, see? So I'll consider... Hey, are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Well, if you want to hike the ante a little bit, say to $3,000, I'll call off my deal with this guy. What's more, I'll give you his name.
I see.
Now, 3 grind's a small matter to you, so...
Wait a minute. Suppose you come here to the house and we'll talk it over.
Do I sound like a chump? You're coming to see me, and you're bringing the dough.
Oh, no, I'm not. Think I'm going to walk into a trap?
You mean you're turning down my proposition?
I certainly am.
All right, mister. You asked for it. You'll be a goner by midnight tomorrow.
All right. So listen. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Midnight tomorrow. Now, not only in a dream, but in actual fact, John has been told that he will not live beyond that hour. John phones the police, and a few minutes later, Captain Arnold arrives at the house.
Mr. Prentice, can you think of anyone who'd like to have you put out of the way for any reason at all?
No. No, Captain, I really can't.
Now, you've been in business a good many years. How about your business rivals?
Well, of course, I've made a certain amount of enemies, of course.
Yeah.
I don't think any of them would go so far as to hire somebody to kill me.
You never can tell. Suppose you name some of your enemies.
Oh, no, I'm afraid, Captain, I couldn't do that.
Well, see here, why not?
Well, frankly, because I might be causing an innocent person a lot of embarrassment.
Oh, well, what of it? We've got to get to the bottom of this some way. Have you had a quarrel with anyone recently?
No, I haven't.
Think carefully now.
Well, yes, come to think of it, I did have a rather heated argument with a man the other day in my office. Oh, but I'm sure...
Well, then, who was he?
I'd rather not say.
Was he a wealthy man?
Yes.
Then tell me his name.
Oh, no, Captain, I'd rather not. If you'd go to his house and question him, I don't want...
How can the police help you if you won't help yourself?
Well, this is none of my business, Mr. Prentice, but if I were you...
No, Dwight, there's no use arguing. Got my own ideas on the subject.
Well, that's that, I guess. We'll have to conduct our investigation without your help, Mr. Prentice.
Oh, by the way, Captain, I'd feel a lot safer if you'd send an officer out to watch the house tonight.
Well, I brought a man with me. He's out in the car. I'll leave him here.
Oh, that'll be fine.
I'll leave the car, too, in case he needs it. Well, we'll do what we can, Mr. Prentice. Let us know the developments.
Well, of course. I want to thank you, Captain.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Captain.
So John is unwilling to give the name of the man with whom he quarreled. Is it really because he's concerned about the possible embarrassment of an innocent person? Tonight the house will be well guarded, and as an added protection, Dwight has agreed to stay in the Prentice home. John, feeling quite safe, has gone to bed and fallen into a sound sleep. Then, at exactly midnight...
Let me go. Let me go. I don't want to die.
John.
No, don't throw me off the bridge. No.
Wake up, John.
No.
Wake up, John.
What?
You're all right, John. You're in your room. Nothing's happening to you.
Oh.
You've been shouting your head off. Mother, what is it? Your father's had another nightmare. I thought that was it.
Yes, Evelyn. It was terrible.
What kind of dream was it? Like the other one?
Oh, it was worse. Now I know how I'm going to die and when.
Oh, you're not going to die.
I'm afraid of.
What did you dream, John?
He took me in a car to the old river bridge on Tower Street.
Who took you?
I don't know. I never saw him before. He tied my hands behind me with a rope, and when we got to the bridge, he dragged me out of the car and threw me into the river.
Oh, my heavens.
Mother. Just as we came to the bridge, I saw an illuminated clock. The hands were pointing to 12. That's when I'm going to die.
Oh, Daddy.
What time is it now?
Well, it's after 12.
Oh. Then it's tomorrow at midnight, just like that man said.
Daddy, don't talk like that. This dream doesn't mean anything.
What about my other dream? It meant something.
No, it didn't. That phone call didn't have a thing to do with your dream. It was just a coincidence. Now, things will look different to you in the morning.
Eva.
Yes?
Would you mind sending Dwight in here?
But he's asleep, Daddy.
I know, but please send him in. I want to talk to him.
No. All right.
Sit down, Dwight.
They told me about the dream, Mr. Prentice, but I wouldn't let it bother me if I were you.
I can't help being bothered. The dream was so vivid, Dwight, and it fits in so perfectly with what's happening in real life.
Yes, I'll admit that's rather strange.
The reason I sent for you, well, if anything should happen to me, I want you to sort of take charge of things for Clara and Eva.
How do you mean?
I've made a will that takes care of my property, but there's my life insurance. It amounts to $100,000, and the money will have to be invested.
I see. Who's the insurance payable to?
Clara, but of course she knows nothing about investments. You advise her, will you, Dwight? I've got faith in your judgment.
Yes. I'll be glad to help in any way I can.
Come to think of it, I owe a payment on that policy right now. But the grace period isn't up for a couple of days yet. I'll make the payment if I'm still alive.
Oh, I have an idea you'll be alive, all right. But as you say, if anything should happen, I'll be glad to advise Mrs. Prentice.
Oh, I knew you would, Dwight. And thanks.
Next morning, John announces that he will stay at home all day. Clara, upset by the events of the night before, remains in her room. But John is feeling much better. He views things differently with the coming of a new day. He will not yield to this feeling of inevitable doom. He will fight the situation.
Hello?
Mr. Prentice?
Oh, it's you again. Dwight, get on that extension in the library.
Just, thought I'd call and ask if you've changed your mind.
No, I have not. What's more, I defy you to even lay a hand on me. I'm being protected by the police.
Well, ain't that fine? So you won't come across, huh?
No, I won't.
Look, Prentice, the water in that river is awful cold.
What? What did you say? Hello? Dwight, did you hear that?
What's the matter, Daddy?
I heard every word. Sounded like he meant business.
Something wrong?
That man, he phoned me again. I don't know what to think.
Well, what did he say?
He wanted to know if I changed my mind, and when I told him I hadn't, he told me the water in the river would be awfully cold.
What?
How did he know about my dream? How did he know?
Yeah, it's the most uncanny thing I ever heard of.
What's the answer to all this?
Daddy, he didn't know about your dream. It's just the other way around.
Well, what do you mean?
I'm afraid Mother's right. Your dreams are foretelling the future, Daddy. They're warning you of what's going to happen.
And now John's spirits are crushed again. For if the dream told the truth, then his fate is sealed in spite of anything he can do. Dwight, however, is not ready to give up. He is annoyed with Eva for admitting her belief in the dream.
Darling, for your father's sake, you shouldn't have said what you did, even though you believe it yourself.
I know, Dwight. Perhaps I shouldn't. I said it before I thought. But there must be something to those dreams.
Yes, I know. You got me guessing. But look, let's try to do something.
Do what?
I've been thinking about this quarrel your father had. He won't tell us the man's name, but maybe we can find out.
How?
Through your father's secretary. Quarrel took place in his office, you know.
Oh, yes. Miss Edwards might know about it.
Well, shall we get down and see her?
But look, let's not tell her what we want the information for. The less we say about this situation, the better.
We'll give her some other reason.
Yes.
Get your coat and hat on, honey. We'll get out of my car.
Miss Edwards, this is Mr. Cooper, my fiancé. How do you do?
Miss Edwards?
We'd like to ask you a few questions if you can spare us a few moments. Why, yes, of course. My father isn't feeling very well today, and that's why he didn't come down. You see, we've learned that he's rather upset about a heated argument he had recently with some wealthy man here at the office. Argument? Daddy won't talk about it. He hasn't even mentioned the man's name, but it's quite necessary that we find out all we can about it. And if you'll tell us who the man was, we'll treat the matter in confidence.
But, I don't know of any fuss your father had, Miss Prentice. He's quite an even-tempered man.
Yes? Are you sure you don't remember?
Very well. There was an argument. I couldn't hear what was being said. They were in your father's private office, but I did hear your father talking quite angrily with Mr. Reeves.
Who's he?
Milton Reeves. He's been in several big deals with Mr. Prentice.
Oh.
Couldn't you hear anything that was being said?
No, just their loud voices. Mr. Reeves was angry, too, but I really couldn't make out what they said.
No? Well, at any rate, we've got something to go on, Eva.
Yes. I think we'd better have a talk with Mr. Reeves. Thank you, Miss Edwards.
You won't tell Mr. Prentice that I said anything, will you? Or Mr. Reeves either?
Oh, no. You can depend on that.
I'm Dwight Cooper, Mr. Reeves. And this is Miss Prentice.
How do you do, Miss Prentice? John Prentice's daughter, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Well, what is it, Mr. Cooper? I'm in a bit of a hurry. I'm going away on a trip this afternoon.
I'll be very brief. We've heard that you and Mr. Prentice had some sort of a disagreement with each other a few days ago.
Yes? Who told you that?
Mr. Prentice is quite ill, Mr. Reeves, and we think it's a result of that quarrel. If we could find out something about it, we might be able to straighten him out.
Well, John knows all about it.
He won't talk about it, Mr. Reeves.
He won't, eh? Well, John shouldn't let a thing like that get him down. Business is business, you know. He wanted me to renew a loan, and I refused to do it.
So that was it.
In his particular business, well, I don't know what the future will be with all this rationing and priorities.
Had you promised to renew the loan?
Well, as a matter of fact, I had. But I changed my mind, which is my privilege. John wanted me to wait a few days. Said he was trying to borrow some money from the State Mutual. But I didn't think it was good business to wait, so I called the loan.
Oh, I see. I imagine that made him pretty angry.
Did it? You'll pardon me, Miss Prentice, for talking so frankly about your father, but really, I never heard a man get so abusive in my life. Why, he actually threatened me.
Yes?
He acted like a schoolboy. Said he'd get revenge.
Do you think he will get revenge?
Oh, no,
Oh, yes. You're afraid of him, aren't you? You'd like to arrange things so he couldn't possibly get revenge, wouldn't you, Mr. Reeves?
Did you threaten him?
Say, what are you getting at?
I think you know what we're getting at.
I do not. Now, see here. I've told you all I'm going to tell you, so now I'll ask you both to leave.
Surely. You've told us quite enough, Mr. Reeves.
Dwight, hadn't we better go to the police station and tell Captain Arnold?
No, darling, not yet. But I'm sure Reeves is the one who's hired that thug to kill your father.
So am I.
He said he was going on a trip. He wants to be out of the way when it happens, so he won't be suspected.
Of course. Then why shouldn't we have him arrested?
Well, I'd like to get more evidence first. I want to find out more about that loan. Who do you think could tell me?
Well, Mr. McAdams ought to be able to tell you. He's the treasurer of Daddy's firm.
All right, I'll go see him. Look, honey, suppose you take a taxi and go on home. See how things are getting along.
Oh, Dwight,
Please, honey, I may have to do some running around. Look, don't tell your father about this.
Oh, no. All right, Dwight. But don't be gone too long.
I won't tell him.
But Dwight has been gone much too long to suit Eva. It is now 11:30 at night. Eva and her mother have become increasingly nervous as the clock ticks off the seconds, bringing the time closer and closer to midnight, John's last moment on Earth.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Dwight, where have you been? We've been worried to death.
Well, one thing led to another. McAdams had gone out in the country, but I finally caught up with him.
Have you told the police about Mr. Reeves?
No, I haven't. Where's Mr. Prentice?
In the library. Oh, he's in a terrible state of mind, Dwight. He's got the door locked. He told the policeman to stand outside his window. Listen. Someone at the door. Oh, my heavens. Oh, why didn't the policeman... Now, don't get panicky.
I'll see who it is.
Open the wicket.
It's a messenger boy.
It might be a trick.
It looks all right.
Telegram for Mr. Prentice.
All right, I'll take it.
Sign here.
There you are. Here.
Oh, thanks, mister.
I wonder who'd be...
Mrs. Prentice, have I your permission to open this message? For certain reasons, I'd like to see who it's from.
Why, yes, Dwight. Go ahead. What is it, Dwight?
It's important. Very important. I've got to show it to your father right away. Mr. Prentice, open up. It's Dwight. Mr. Prentice.
It's all right, Daddy. Unlock the door. Dwight's got a telegram for you.
Why doesn't he answer? We'll go outside and look through the window. The officer's out there. Come on. Where is that officer, Eva? I don't see him.
I don't know, Dwight. Daddy told him to stay right here by the window.
Eva, look. The window's wide open.
What?
What's that?
Oh, my heavens. There's the policeman on the ground. Something's happened to him. He's hurt.
Officer! Officer! He's coming around. What happened?
I seen a car drive up in the alley.
Oh.
A light-colored sedan. And just as I started to investigate, somebody slugs me in the back of the head.
That's all I remember.
They've got him. They've got Daddy.
Darling, I'm going after that sedan.
How do you know where it went?
I'll find it. I'll drive to the Tower Street Bridge.
I'm going with you.
No, you stay here, Eva.
And why does Dwight think he'll find the light-colored sedan at the Tower Street Bridge? Is it because Mr. Prentice saw that bridge in his dream? Or is there another reason? A reason known only to Dwight? But Eva can't wait, and so a moment later, another car speeds toward the bridge. The policeman's car. The officer is at the wheel, and Eva and Clara are by his side.
Oh, officer, can't you go faster?
I'm driving as fast as I can, Miss Prentice. Say, I'd better put in a radio call to headquarters and have them send a squad car to the other side of that bridge. No telling what we'll run into there.
There's the bridge right ahead, officer. And there's the clock.
What clock?
The one Daddy saw in his dream. And look, it's midnight.
I don't know nothing about the dream, Miss Prentice. All
I see a car out on the bridge. You see it?
That's the baby. That's the one I saw at the house.
Where's Dwight's car? Dwight's car isn't there.
He must have got lost. Say, we'd better watch our step. The squad car ain't come to the other end yet.
Oh, hurry, officer.
Now, don't you get out of the car. You stay here. I'll see what's going on.
Yes, but hurry.
All right, Miss Prentice. You and your mother can come here.
Is Daddy there?
There ain't a soul here. The car's deserted.
There were two ladies. He's already done it.
Who's done what?
Oh, can't you remember anything I told you about Daddy's dream? I'm talking about that man. He threw Daddy in the water.
Oh.
Isn't there something we can do? Oh, it couldn't have happened very long ago.
If your father's been thrown in the river, Miss Prentice, he's a goner, but now nobody could swim in that current.
Poor Daddy.
What I can't figure out is why the guy left the car here.
Oh, poor John.
Hey, look. There's some rope in the back of the car. And a knife.
He tied Daddy's hands.
Hey, here comes the squad car now. They're coming in from the other end of the bridge.
Oh, officer, who's this car registered to?
Wait a minute. Well, by golly, there's no registration slip in it.
I know who it belongs to. Milton Reed.
I'll take the number and we'll check on it later.
Well, what's up, Jack?
It looks like there's some dirty work been going on here.
Yeah? Well, maybe this guy knows something about it.
Quit showing me, will you? Where'd you pick him up?
He was running away from the bridge.
Oh, he was, huh? All right, buddy. What do you know about this sedan?
Not a thing. I wasn't on the bridge.
Well, that's him. That's the man who threatened Daddy over the phone. I can tell by his voice.
Well, now we're getting someplace. All right, you. Give. Where's Mr. Prentice?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You threw him into the river, didn't you?
No.
You're a liar. Come on, talk.
I don't know nothing.
We'll get you to talk at headquarters.
A few minutes later, the river's being dragged for Prentice's body. But what has become of Dwight? He hasn't been seen since he drove away toward the bridge. The two heartbroken women return home to wait for the sad news. They step into the house, and Mrs. Prentice breaks into a sob.
Oh, come, Mother. You must try to get hold of yourself. We must try to be brave.
Oh, I know, dear. I know. What has become of Dwight?
Oh, I don't know what on earth could have happened to him.
Eva, darling.
Dwight, what are you doing there in the library? We thought you'd run out on us.
Well, I haven't been here long.
Oh, Dwight, it's terrible. I never dreamed such a thing was going to happen.
No, just be patient, darling, and I'll tell you everything. I told you I finally saw McAdams.
Yes?
Well, the story about the loan was a lot worse than we thought. I found that Reeves had a grudge against your father. So he planned to ruin him and get everything he had. And he did just that, by refusing to renew and calling the loan. He did it deliberately. He worked in a backhanded manner and wrecked the business. He held the paper on everything your father owned.
Father's broke.
Yes. Reeves broke your father. Absolutely penniless. Reeves has the business, this house, everything. He pulled it so fast that your father hadn't a chance to get on his feet. When I found that out, I suspected the truth, but I wasn't sure till I got to that bridge.
The truth? Then you did go to the bridge.
I did. And I got there just in time to prevent the tragedy. I pulled your father into my car by force, turned around on the bridge, and came back here.
What are you saying? He isn't dead.
No, he's here, in the library.
Oh, heaven. John.
No. Just a minute, please. I'll bring him in. Come in, Miss Prentice.
Oh, Father, thank heaven you're safe. John, what happened?
I don't know how you feel, Mr. Prentice, but you'd better tell him.
Yes, Dwight, I will. You see, my dears, I just couldn't bear the thought of my wife and daughter suffering poverty. The only thing I had left was that insurance policy, and it would have lapsed in another day. I had to think fast.
John, you don't
If
mean...
I'd commit suicide while the policy was in effect, you'd get $100,000. But I wanted to spare you the disgrace of the suicide, so I decided to kill myself and make it appear as though I'd been murdered. Then, as I developed the plan, I got an inspiration. Why not hang the murder on Reeves, the man who had deliberately ruined me? That would be my revenge. Well, now you know the whole story. Now you understand the nightmares.
But the telephone call...
Oh, I hired the man to make the calls and steal Reeves' car and drive me to the bridge and then give me the motor, as though it had stalled. All so that my murder could be traced directly to Reeves, who really had a motive to kill me.
What motive?
Well, my secretary knew all about it. When I discovered it was Reeves who was back of my failure, I threatened to divulge something I knew about him. He flew into a rage. The secretary heard him, and that was just what I wanted. But I knew I couldn't raise the money quickly enough, and my insurance policy was up tomorrow at noon. Well, that's the story. And it's all a miserable mess.
Yes, John. It's all a very, very sad situation. Oh, but wait a minute. What about that telegram the boy delivered earlier? Where does that fit in? Was that part of your plan, John?
Telegram? What telegram? Let me see it, Dwight. Why, it's from the State Mutual. They've granted the loan I requested.
Yes, John. They've granted the loan. Now you can straighten things out. Now you can get back on your feet again. But think, John, what a sad tale this would have been if you'd followed through with your plan and Dwight hadn't caught you on the bridge at midnight.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's Whistler story was written by Herbert Connor, directed by J. Donald Wilson, and came to you from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, 9:15...
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Wear the Dead Man's Coat. Let me see. Yesterday, that's 1 day. The day before, that's 2. The day before that, that's 3. 3 days. It's 3 days, all right. Doc was right. So that fixes me. You think it don't? Well, listen. You wouldn't know Kidneyfoot Cassidy, would you? Yeah, of course you wouldn't. You might have seen him if you was ever walking along Canal Street around 6 in the evening in the summertime, or if you was down near Wabash and Van Buren under the L of a winter afternoon. He was the guy that put the bite on you for a dime to get to Oak Park because he'd forgotten and spent his last 15 cents for a magazine. He'd show you the magazine, offer to give it to you for a dime. But you never took it. You slipped him a dime, and a dime, and a dime, and pretty soon you'd have enough to go to Racine if you wanted to. And that's the price of a half pint of the brown stuff in the bottles. He ain't panhandling anymore. He ain't doing nothing. The cops got onto that Oak Park gimmick of his after a while, and Kittyfoot was a little slow in the head, see? Well, he's been doing that one so long he couldn't work up a new kind of bite, so for quite a while he ain't had many dimes. I used to see him a lot around Wabash and Van Buren, or in the summertime over on Canal Street. Ain't nobody gonna see him anymore. Any place. He's dead. Ain't anybody gonna bawl over Kidneyfoot Cassidy if there's to be any ballin' done bawl over me. 3 nights ago it was. I was coming out of the drugstore there into the L. It was around 12:30. I just had a cup of jam and a donut. Who should brace me but Kidneyfoot Cassidy? He come waddling up, walking like his feet hurt him. That's how he got his name. His right name was Waller. And he put the old Oak Park bite on me.
Pardon me, mister. I gotta get to Oak Park, see, and I spent my last dime.
Hiya, Kidneyfoot.
Oh. Hello, Floyd. Never recognized you. What do you hear from the mob?
What mob? Where's your overcoat?
Hmm? Oh, I lost it. You got 2 bits?
How'd you lose it?
Hmm? Oh, I was asleep over there alongside the Polk Street Depot, and somebody took it off me. You got 2 bits?
I got a dime.
I got 14 cents.
Ain't you cold?
Hmm? Yeah, I sure am. Yeah, it's been awful cold, ain't it?
You'll freeze to death.
I'm going to get me a coat tonight.
How?
Hmm? I don't know. I got to get one or I'll freeze to death. Give me the dime, will you, Floyd?
What you been drinking, Kidneyfoot?
Hmm? Oh, I ain't been drinking. Give me the dime and my 14 cents, and I can get some stuff from a fella over on Plymouth Court.
Yeah, you get to drinking, Kidneyfoot, you're sure gonna freeze to death.
I'm going to get a coat.
Well, how?
Take it away from somebody. Come on, let's walk over to Plymouth Court and find a fella and get us a drink. I'm cold.
There was a time when I first come to Chicago. Less than many a year ago, and I was broke and had no place to stay. I was walking along Canal Street one night, and Kidneyfoot Cassidy was the only guy in Chicago who took pity on me, bought me a cup of coffee, and left me sleep in his room over on West Madison Street, see? So we've had quite a winter in Chicago this year, and I got a place to stay. I got a room on North LaSalle Street, at least while the dough lasts. And I ain't seen Kidneyfoot for a long time, and he's a lot older. The poor guy is starving. What am I going to do? And all I got to say is I wish I hadn't. I got more than a dime I tell him about, and I offered to buy him a cup of jam and a hot dog over on South State in the shooting galleries where the dogs are bigger, even if they are staler. The Kidneyfoot, he don't go for eating. Drinking is his racket. And it hasn't killed him. He ain't dead. Yet. So I walk over to Plymouth Court with him. That's a little kind of alley off Van Buren between State and Dearborn. It's all full of printing houses. It's dark there at night. Especially this time of night. You could hear his teeth chatter for 2 blocks. Now, this 3 nights ago, see? I say to Kidneyfoot, why don't he come home with me? But he ain't interested. All he can think of is a bottle. And I guess, coke. So, we get the bottle from a little guy in a big overcoat like a Mackinaw with a sheepskin collar that come out from between a couple of buildings in the dark. And after Kidneyfoot takes a great big slug out of the bottle, he gets the coke. Kidneyfoot was sore because the bottle busted when he clouted the guy, but when he took the coat off him, there was 2 more bottles in the guy's suit coat. Me? I never done a thing. But I couldn't. I didn't have a chance. 1 minute, Kidneyfoot is slugging down rock cut. The next minute, the guy is laying on the cobblestones, and the old man's taking his coat. He put it on. He run his hands in the pockets. He wiggled down inside the sheepskin collar, and he laughed.
Hey, I'm warm, Floyd.
I'm standing there with my face hanging out a foot. Warm, I think. Warm. Boy, you're hotter than a pistol. You know, that's the thing. This little guy, you never think he never heard a flea, and he takes this fella like that. I don't need to ask, is he dead? I'm so surprised I can't move. I just popped my eyes. Oh, Kidneyfoot, he giggles again.
How you like it, Floyd, huh?
I just say, gig, gig, gig. Then Kidneyfoot, he takes another drink of the stuff and he grabs him by the arm.
Come on, Floyd. Let's go.
Go? Go where?
Up to your place.
Listen.
You're going to put me up for a couple of days, kid, ain't you?
Well, but I...
Kid, look, I just knocked the guy off. I'm hot, kid. Are you my friend or ain't you?
Listen, Kidneyfoot,
Who was it staked you when you was a punk right here in town without a nickel, huh? Who was it?
Well, it was you, Kidneyfoot, but
When it comes to that, kid, why, you was right here with me when the guy was knocked off. You know, them cops is awful good persuaders.
Looky here.
I might get all mixed up, see, and put the finger on you. Not meaning to, you see, but, see?
Well, I never done a thing. You know I never.
Yeah, but how long you think them tough guys down at the Bureau will believe that, Floyd? Come on. Leave us go home.
All right, so what could I do? He had me, didn't he? So I took him home with me. On the way over to the streetcar, he was giggling to himself like he was nuts or something. And I never said a word. What was I to say, huh? So when I seen the streetcar coming, I says to him, now listen, I says, cut out that laughing and make a fool of yourself, I says. It's bad enough what you done already without drawing some streetcar connie's attention to you so he'll remember you, I says. So he says, to me. We get in the car and stand on the back platform. We're just crossing Randolph Street when he looks up at me and he says,
Yeah, it sure feels warm, Floyd.
Shut up talking about it.
This is the warmest coat I ever had.
All right, shut up, will you?
About the warmest coat in the world, I bet.
Will you shut up?
Yeah, okay.
Then I notice the streetcar Carly's looking at me as if I'm nuts or something.
I never said nothing.
What?
I said I didn't say anything.
Well, so what?
So don't tell me to shut up, Billy.
I wasn't talking to you.
Well, don't get heavy with me, Billy. If you knew how stupid you look standing there talking to yourself.
I wasn't talking to myself.
Okay, so I'm nuts. Lake Street, next.
Well, I say to myself, the guy must be nuts. Here is Kidneyfoot standing right alongside of me, grinning like a chassis cap, wiggling his neck around inside that fuzzy collar. Can't the guy see? When he was all the way to Division Street where we get off, when I remember the county only took one fare from me. We're walking up Division Street towards LaSalle, Kidneyfoot bobbing alongside of me. He's kind of chuckling again down inside his collar. And I put it to him. What was with that there streetcar junkie, Kidneyfoot?
How?
He didn't see it.
Didn't he?
He acted like he didn't. Besides, I never paid him no fare for you. And he never asked me.
Funny, huh?
I don't get it.
Well, I ain't very anxious to be seen by nobody.
Yeah. Listen, Kidneyfoot.
What?
Look, you know me. I ain't no angel.
I should say not, kid.
Well, what I mean, listen. I don't like this deal one little bit.
I won't stay long, Floyd.
Well, what I mean, I can't stand no manslaughter rap, see?
Oh, me neither, Floyd.
One more rap and I'm in Joliet from now on.
Me too.
Now, look at Kidneyfoot. Don't be tough on me.
I won't be no tougher than I have to, Floyd.
Well, I mean...
I know what you mean, kid. It's the same difference with me, see? I don't want that Joliet department either.
Well,
So I figured like this. The only out I got is for you to stash me away for a while, see? I got nothing against you, kid, but this here is the only out I got, see?
Yeah, I know.
So you better play ball, see? Or else.
Yeah. Well...
Sure, take it easy, kid. Nobody's going to see me. Nobody's going to put a finger on me.
I ain't going to put the finger on you, kid, but...
Nobody ain't. Especially you. Because if you do... This where you live?
Yeah. I keep quiet if Miss Freiberg sees you.
Who's that, the landlady?
Yeah. If she sees you, throw the both of us out.
She won't see me.
Well, don't leave her.
The streetcar Connie didn't see me, did he?
Well, but... And you cut that out, did you? What are you laughing at, anyhow?
I just thought of something funny.
What?
I'll tell you when we get in the room. Is it warm up there?
Yeah, it's all right. Tell me what?
Something my old lady told me once. Come on, open the door.
Keep quiet. Now, don't make any noise. Up the stairs.
Go ahead. You don't have to worry, Floyd. Nobody'll see you.
Cut it out. Come on in, Mike.
Okay. Say, this is fine, Floyd.
Yeah, go to bed and shut up.
Where you going to sleep?
I ain't sleepy.
What you need is a slug of stuff, and you'll sleep.
No, I don't want none. Take off that coat and go to bed.
Oh, no. No, I don't want to take it off. I like it.
Suit yourself. Only don't make any noise.
Don't you want a drink?
No.
Well, I do. Oh. Better have a snort. Put you to sleep.
Well, I'll have a little.
Sure.
What was you going to tell me?
Huh?
What you was laughing about?
No. Oh. Yeah. This here bed ain't so bad.
Yeah, it's all right.
Better where I've been sleeping. It's warmer, too. Oh, this coat.
I'll have a little more of that stuff.
Sure. Fine stuff, huh?
Yeah. What was you laughing at?
Oh. Be quiet. Oh, I have to laugh. You know, my old lady told me once when I was a kid.
Keep it down, keep it down.
Yeah, there was an old saying. There was an old saying. Let me see now. Wear the dead man's coat. None take note. See?
What's so funny about that?
Well, I got on the dead guy's coat. Nobody takes note.
You're drunk.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Give me another slug.
Yeah, sure.
I tell you, you're nuts.
She used to tell me about an old guy. His name was John Thomas Grady, his name was. So John Thomas Grady, he knocked off a judge. This was in the old country. And nobody ever seen him from that day to this.
Yeah? How come?
He put on the dead man's coat.
I don't get it.
People couldn't see him. So, see? They can't see me either.
I can see you.
Nobody else can.
Give me some of that. How can I see you if nobody else can?
Because you was in on it, I guess. I don't know how it works, Floyd, but that's how it is. I'm invisible.
You're crazy in the head. Roll over there. I want to sleep.
I thought you said you wasn't sleeping.
All of a sudden, I am. One more nightcap.
Spare it with you. Yes, sir. Unvisible.
Nonsensible.
There was more to the saying. Only I forget.
Well, shut up.
Okay. Where the dead man's coat and...
I woke up and I was freezing to death. Cassidy, he was all right. He was bundled up in that coat, snoozing away as peaceful as if he had nothing on his conscience. I guess he didn't. Didn't have a conscience, I mean. My head was banging like a boiler factory. That there two-bit whiskey jars your teeth loose if you ain't used to it like Kitty from Cassidy was. Yeah. I sat there on the edge of the bed and I thought. The more I thought, the worse it got. I was stuck. He had me. If I beat, he put the mark on me, and where he went, I'd go too. Didn't do no good to think. Well, because I'm a good guy. Because Cassidy had to have an overcoat. No cop in the world would believe me for a minute. Oh, I need a drink. Bottle's empty. I sit and look out at the brick wall next to the window. I look at Cassidy all warm in his new coat and sleeping the sleep of the just. Yeah, I'm going to wake him up, too. Then there's a rap on the door and it opens and I pretty near jump out of my skin. Boy, am I scared.
Good morning, Floyd.
Good morning, Mrs. Freiberg. I tried to throw the blanket over Cassidy. Good morning.
Didn't you forget something yesterday, Floyd?
Yeah? Forget what? He takes the blanket off.
It was rent day yesterday.
Oh, rent. Cassidy opens one eye and looks at Mrs. Freiberg. Rent day?
What's the matter with you this morning? Got a hangover.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I have. Cassidy makes a face at her.
They smells like a brewery. Well?
Yeah? Oh, yeah. I'll give you the money. Trying to keep eye on Cassidy. How much is it?
You sure have got a hangover, ain't you? It's $4, just the same as it always was.
Okay, $4. Cassidy's climbing out of bed. $4.
Listen, Floyd, I got my cleaning to do. I can't take it the whole morning talking to you.
All right. I reach in my pocket, I take out the $4 and I hand it to her. Cassidy has come out of bed and he's standing right there in front of Mrs. Freiberg, all squidged up in his coat. He's making faces at her. She don't notice a thing.
What are you looking so funny about?
Hangover, I guess. Cassidy's bopping up and down in front of her, grinning like an ape, and she don't pay no mind.
You want a receipt?
Receipt? No, I guess not, Miss Freiberg. I guess not.
What are you up to, Floyd?
Me?
I won't stand for no monkey shines in my house. You know that.
I ain't got no monkey shines.
Well, all right. See, you don't. I'll send David up to make the bed. You better get out and get some air.
Cassidy is doubling up, laughing all the time she's talking. So she goes out and he pretty near busts.
You see? I am invisible. Oh, boy. Why didn't I think of this before?
Well, what you gonna think? He was right there. He done everything but pinch the old lady, and she never seen him. Did you ever hear that before, getting invisible wearing the coat of a guy you killed? Yeah, I never did either. But boy, it's no kidding. Sure. Him and me went out right past the houseboy David. He speaks to me, don't give Kittyfoot a towel. They walk down the street, and Kittyfoot deliberately walks right into a guy, and the guy begs my pardon. The guy at Thompson's thought I was cuckoo when I ordered 2 breakfasts. He sure thought we was only me. Kittyfoot slips his mid into the cash drawer and lifts a couple of $10 bills. He snatches a handful of nickels and dimes from a newsstand. Just like everybody but me was blind to him. And then we're back at the house and we read the newspapers he pinched. There's the item about that fella that got killed. Mystery. And the old chills begin to crawl up my spine when it says the cops have got a clue. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but there was 2 of us there. There's only can see. It's me. All the time, Cassidy's sitting there wrapped up in that coat, that dead man's coat. And I say to him finally, Cassidy, will you take that coat off?
Floyd, I can't take it off.
Why not?
I tried it. It won't come off.
Stop it. Unbutton it and take it off.
Floyd, I tell you, I can't take it off.
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding. The buttons won't unbutton. I gotta keep on wearing it.
Hey, let me try. Gosh, I can't get it unfastened.
I know you can't, Floyd. I remember the rest of the saying.
What saying?
About the dead man's coat. It's something about how you're dead when you take it off.
We tried all day, every once in a while, to get the coat off him, but there was no soap. You could get a button unfastened, and when you tried the next one, the first one, the button all over again. Cassidy got scareder and scareder. And so did I, for that matter. Twice during the day, old Lady Freiberg come running up to see what all the commotion was about. It was Cassidy crying. I always managed to shut him up before she got in the room. Of course, she couldn't see him. By nighttime, I was pretty near nuts. I got him another bottle, and finally he went to sleep, all wrapped up in his coat. Or the guy's coat. Oh, sir, I didn't sleep on that bed with him. I slept in the chair what sleeping I'd done. He woke up in the morning, hollering, and I shut him up. I talked to him about how swell it was to be invisible. About how he could get in places, jewelry stores, banks, rich people's houses over on Lakeshore Drive. All the time he kept sitting there, wiggling in that coat. He'd be trying to take it off, and then he'd all of a sudden think about having to be dead to get it off, and he'd stop. And I keep on talking about how nice it is to be invisible, and he's fidgeting and not listening much. After a while, an idea come to me. It would be nice to be invisible. And it would be nicer to be invisible and not have Kidneyfoot Cassidy around. I guess my talking to him had to run down.
What's the matter with you, Floyd?
Me? Nothing, Kidneyfoot.
You're looking at me awful funny.
Am I?
Oh, give me a drink.
So I give him a drink. I went out and I bought 2 more bottles. 5th. Money was going to be plentiful pretty soon, see? He passed out. He sat there in the dark and thought. Long towards morning, I made up my mind I'd get rid of this guy that was hanging around my neck. And I'd be invisible, too. Man, think about that yourself sometime. The things a guy could do if you can't see him. So it was 7 o'clock in the morning when I went over to the bureau and got out my Georgia boxing glove. You know what a Georgia boxing glove is? Switchblade knife. Blade about an inch long and the palm of your hand is wide. Kidneyfoot was snoring kind of quiet. And I went over to bed. I give him the Georgia boxing glove for a present. The coat come off easy. I put it on, buttoned it up, and I went out for a walk. I wanted to try it out, see? It was a success. I walked all over the loop. I rode streetcars for free. I took a guy's pocketbook right out of his hand. Pretty near noon when I decided to come back to my room and pick up what odds and ends I needed. Oh, but when he see me go in, I went right up to the room. Did I get a surprise? Cassidy was still laying there. He hadn't bled at all. But old Lady Freiberg was there, too, having a cat fit. There was 2 guys with her. One I spotted for a dick right away. You couldn't miss. The other guy was bending over Cassidy. He was a doctor. I seen his grip. Old Lady Freiberg was talking.
I came up to change the bedclothes, and there he was. I don't know how he got in here.
So Cassidy wasn't invisible anymore. But I was. And then the doctor turns around.
How long has this man been here?
I don't know. He wasn't here yesterday.
That's funny.
Funny? How's it funny?
Well, it's funny because this man's been dead for 3 days.
3 days? 3 days? Well, I just killed
killed him this morning. No, ma'am, I'm sure. He's been dead for 3 days at least.
3 days? It was 3 days ago. He put on a dead man's coat. He's been... I got the coat on now. And... I can't get it off.
Listen to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Ed Latimer was our Cassidy. Leora Thatcher played Mrs. Freiberg. And Morton Lawrence, who played the conductor, was also the doctor. The original music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, Quiet Please, here's our writer-director, my good friend, Bill Cooper.
The story I've got for you next week, I call Sketch for a Screenplay. It's about a man and a woman and an airplane, Hollywood, and a number of other things.
By the way, friends, Mr. Cooper and I have been wanting this chance for many, many weeks to ask you what you think of our broadcasts. We'd very much appreciate a short line from you as to how you're enjoying Quiet Please. Just a brief note. Now, until next week, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
How do you do, friends of the Sanctum? This is Raymond, your host of the Squeaking Door. Come right in. What are you staring at? Oh, him. Oh, he won't hurt you. He's been dead for years. He came here with our first program. Said nothing could scare him. I've been using him for a doorstop ever since. Ever get a new one, though, his bones are showing through. My friends, did you know that this is a bad winter for our ghost friends? Oh, my, yes. There aren't enough sheets to go around, and lots of them have horrible colds. They float around just coughing and coughing their heads on. Are you all set? The Coast of Maine Express is already an hour out of Boston. It's noon of a windy November day as the New England landscape flashes past. On the train, the crowds of servicemen, doting mothers, babies, salesmen, and a man who was this day acquitted of murder because the police couldn't find the body. Richard Fenner sits alone, the suspicion of a smile tugging at thin lips that whisper what his eyes follow on the paper.
Body of Ole Sventorg, color chemist of Satan's Point, Maine, still unfound. Sventorg was known to be developing a paint formula making it possible for colorblind people to see reds and greens as normal people see them. It is believed that the chemist had the final notes for his successful formula on his person. Richard Fenner, youthful assistant, on whom Sventorg tested his pigments, admitted he may have killed Sventorg in a fit of temporary insanity induced by the experiments. He was found in a dazed condition with blood on his hands on the day of the chemist's death.
Hello, friend. Anybody sitting here? No? Good. Have a peanut?
No, thank you.
Best food in the world, peanuts. Always eat them. Name's Botts, friend. Jasper Botts. Travel for Goodman's Steak Store. Don't feel like talking, huh? Got some thinking to do? Well, that's all right. I'll just read a while.
Idiot. I've done my thinking. So many things to think about. So much for Anna and me to remember. It had been hard to convince Anna at first. Easy enough for me to say, we have to get rid of Ole. But Ole was Anna's brother. We talked it over on the cliff near the land. We have to, Anna. We have to go through with it.
Oh, Richard, there must be some other way.
The way things are now, everything's hopeless. You know that. With the paint formula cleared, we can be married.
Richard, I love you so much. I'd do anything for us. But this is...
Murder? Huh. Well, you needn't look at it that way, darling. So far as you're concerned, Ole will just disappear.
But suppose something goes wrong. Suppose you're convicted.
Not a chance. You can't convict a man for murder until you find the body. And they'll never find Ole. We must, Anna, we must.
Very well, Richard. When will you...
The moment Ole finishes the formula. It's almost ready now. I'll have to do it that instant to make my alibi hold. Today, tomorrow, soon, anyhow. Everything else is ready.
I love you above everything else in the world, Richard. I love you enough for even...
Have a peanut, friend? No. Oh, snoozing, huh? Traveling on trains makes some people sleepy. Not me. Been on trains all my life. Never get sleepy. Going far?
Satan's Point, Maine.
Satan's Point? Never heard of it. Must be a devil of a small place. What I said. Satan's Point. Devil of a small place. Good, huh? Have a peanut? Devil of a place. Devil of a place. Devil of a place.
A devil of a place it was that day.
Devil of a place.
We went over every detail again and again until our story was perfect. A lot depended on the story we constructed. A lot depended on telling it well. I told it well. To the police in Maine and to the alienists in Boston. I started the story with the morning of October 11th in Ole's laboratory by the sea.
Hold on. This is my last mixture. It will be ready in a few minutes, and I want your eyes to be well rested.
Think you've got it this time, Ole?
No, there's no longer any doubt. When these pigments are mixed, I will paint a square board. It will look like a dirty green to my eyes.
And to mine?
To yours and those of millions of others who are colorblind. Red. Red that you have only imagined till now. Red of the rose, red of a sunset, red of fire, red of blood.
I put the blindfold on. I could sense Ole's tenseness. He'd worked 15 years to make this moment arrive.
But just from all I can see, a miracle is about to take place. But I confess to one great fear.
What's that, Ole?
I'm not afraid the formula is wrong. I'm afraid for you.
For me?
Yes. I have to warn you, Richard. I don't know. No one knows what mental reaction takes place when a person who's never seen color before suddenly does.
You mean that I could be affected?
You could be. You see, red excites even normal people. It vibrates in the brain. With you...
Let's have a look, Ole.
Now, Richard, when you take the blindfold off, look straight ahead of you. The board is right before your eyes. Look, Richard, and when you do, start talking right away. I want your immediate reaction.
Okay, here it goes.
Look. See, Richard. Look, it's red. Look. Say something. Talk, Richard, talk.
Say something I couldn't. It's hard enough to recall the little that I do. I was staring straight ahead of me at a square board. Nothing happened for a brief instant. And then I caught my breath sharply. My eyes dried. They burned. I closed them, but the patch of exquisite color seared my brain. A single hot, flashing stab of pain pierced my head. And then I felt a surging power, a physical power grip me. And Ole's voice reached me, jabbed at me. My whole being seemed to focus on his voice. I had to choke it off. I vividly recall reaching for him across something and finding his throat. And then nothing more. Nothing but the breaking of glass and a sensation of violent action. Motion and action that lasted long after the voice stopped. Then I felt cold air lashing at me. I was carrying something limp and heavy. There's a point of rock outside the house. It juts over the sea. I stood there for I don't know how long. The first clear thing I recall is identifying Anna's voice coming toward me.
Richard! Richard! Darling, what are you doing? Richard! Your hands! But... blood.
Something died in me. I sank to the ground, moaning. Anna... And I'm afraid. Well, that was my story. That's what I told them all. They didn't believe me, so what? They didn't find Ole. Anna told her own story as well. About coming back from town in the station wagon, finding me on the rock with blood in my hands. In the time they searched the house and the grounds, they came close, too close, just once. It was the day they gave up the search. I was standing in the yard with the guard when the inspector called me over to the little meat house near the cliff. Oh, they'd been through it before, but the inspector held something in his hand.
You sure in your day's meanderings you didn't come near this meat house, Fenner?
Well, I can't be sure of anything, Inspector. I don't think so. Why?
There's an old felt hat I overlooked before. Got the initials OS stamped in it.
Ole's hat. I left it out. Was our whole plan going to be upset by a hat?
Right, Fenner?
It's Ole's. He always wore it out here when he worked on his meat.
So? And the blood on the brim?
Well, look around you for the answer to that one. Ole was proud of his larder. He just hung 2 quarters of beef the other day for aging. Right over there, see? It was fresh killed stock. Blood probably came from that.
I'll have the blood tested anyhow. All right, Penna. You can go back now.
I walked away a little elated. Habit's a funny thing. It plays tricks, even on detectives. People are used to thinking of bodies as being so many feet long, with 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head.
Well, friend, this is your stuff, I guess.
Yes, this is it. I'm sorry I was such a poor traveling companion.
Oh, that's all right. Feel that way myself sometimes. Have some peanuts?
No, thanks. So long. Anna.
Oh, darling.
Oh, baby.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you. Everything went just as you said it would, didn't it? And now you're free.
Free, but not safe yet, baby. Don't talk here. Let's get in the station wagon first.
None of the papers believed our story, did they?
No, and it's just as well. Makes tonight's work easier.
But there are so many things I don't understand. Isn't there some other way we can...
No. And it's just as well you don't know everything, Anna. There's less chance of your making a slip.
Seems to me that I'm in this as deeply as you are.
All right. I'll tell you this much. The papers played up the fact that Ole had the final formula on his person when he was killed. The formula we thought was on the lab table, right?
Yes.
Well, that leaves 2 things I have to do. I have to search Ole's clothing for the thing, and, well, the other thing should be obvious.
Oh, don't, Richard. You talk about those things so coldly.
Well, it's a cold subject, isn't it? Now, I see the house now. Put your lights off. Did you make the phone call I told you to?
Yes, the man said all arrangements had been carefully made. He said the rest was up to you.
You wasn't kidding. Okay, pull up by the garage. Don't look around you as we walk into the house.
Oh, I'm not as calm as I thought I'd be.
You've got nothing to be afraid of, darling. Unless you believe in spirits.
Richard, let's do what has to be done and go.
You have that extra key made for the meat house?
Yes, it is.
Good. Now, do just as I tell you. My life depends on it. You'll stand at the kitchen door with the lights off, and you won't take your eyes off the meat house for 1 second.
That's right.
The meat house door will be open so you can see me working. The liner will make it light enough. Right now, I'm going to stand in front of the only window in the room we left the blind up on. While I'm there, you go get the dummy we had made to look like you. Put it in the chair in the position you're in now. Got that?
Yes.
All right, get the dummy. It's in the linen closet. Are you sure it's arranged naturally?
It looks a lot more natural and comfortable than I am.
Good. Now crawl below the window level into the kitchen. Set?
All set.
Here's the revolver. Now stay in the shadows while I light the lantern and leave. And then stand in the door as I told you to. And remember to watch the meat house. Scared?
Yes, but I'll do my part. Don't worry. Just be careful and hurry.
Well, this gruesome business will be over soon, baby, and it's worth it. What are a few days of this compared to what's in store for us?
I know. But hurry.
Well, this is it. Now I must work carefully. The meat house. Boy, this metal's cold. I'll bet all he is, too. Now, let's see. Put the lantern here. So. And it's the 3 sacks on the meat hooks on the left side. It's heavy. Seem heavier than when I put them up. Yeah, I'll start on this one. My knife. Yeah, closer here. Now, let's see. It'd be the inside coat pocket. Yes, here it is. Here's the...
You? Hello, friend. Have a peanut? You were? That's right. I was on the train. I got on because you did. And I got off because you did. Small world, huh?
Yes, isn't it? Let's see. Didn't you say your name was Jasper Botts?
Yeah. Good memory you've got. I see you finally remembered where you hid poor Sventog's remains.
What do you want, Botts?
See? I can crack peanuts with one hand. Good, huh? Just telling you in case you think it might spoil my aim. Saw your little partner in crime sitting comfortably back in the house, waiting for you to finish your business here.
What do you want, Botts?
You and the formula, my friend. I followed your case very carefully. When I first read about you in the papers, I said to myself, now there's a very clever young operator. He's fibbing when he says he threw Sventog's body into the sea.
So?
Wouldn't take a chance in its turning up on some shore. That would convict you. No body, no murder, eh, fella?
You're right, Botts.
Then when I read that Sventog's formula was on him when you murdered him, I knew you'd have to get it from the body before, destroying the corpus delicti. Simple? Mm-hmm.
All right, Botts. Put the cuffs on and let's go.
Oh, gosh. I see you don't understand. I'm not a detective. And you're not going anywhere. Anymore. All I want is the formula.
Oh? That's how it is.
Mm-hmm. That's how it is.
Why?
Why what? Why am I going to kill you? Because that's life insurance for him. My business. Why do I want the formula? Well, I tried to buy it from Sventog about a month ago. We knew he had it just about finished, but he turned me down.
So you read about the murder, figured out that I was after it, and now you want to take it away from me. It's pretty low, Botts.
Yeah. Well, you see, I can get a much better price for it than you can. Some friends of mine think it would be a valuable asset in counter-camouflage, making targets in this country. Clever, huh?
Don't move a muscle, Mr. Botts. That little round thing in your neck is the muzzle of a .38. Just open your fingers very slowly and drop the gun. That's it. Now stand still. All right, Richard.
Good girl. Now I'm taking over, Botts. Nice Luger your friends gave you.
Mm-hmm. It is a nice gun. I hope you won't hang me on those hooks, Hannah.
Oh, no. No, I've got other plans for you. Annie, you feel all right?
Yes, I'm all right. It's just that thing on the floor.
Yeah, no, well, don't look, darling. We're going back to the house now. And look, Botts, no breaks, please. You'd make a heavy corpse to drag from here.
That's a very cozy little room. Higher than everything, huh?
Okay, darling, make your phone call.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Walsh?
Yes, we've been watching. You've got him?
Yes, you can tell your men to close in on the house now.
That was Mr. Walsh of the FBI, friend.
A smooth piece of work all the way through, Richard.
Yes, sir. My first and last case, Walsh.
Well, we don't usually call on outsiders for help, you know, but this was such a natural. The boss is apparently the man who's been dodging us so successfully. He's one of the Nazis' best men over here.
Slippery fellow.
Yeah. When you and Mr. Sventor came to us a month ago about the suspiciously high offer you'd had for the formula, it sounded like our man. He's got lots of dough to play with.
But why the elaborate story of murder and intrigue?
Well, making Richard here out to be a murderer took away the suspicion of a trap. We knew Richard would be released, no matter how phony the story he gave, because the police wouldn't find Mr. Sventork's body, of course. We knew the man we wanted would follow Richard here as soon as Richard was freed to get the formula. But we didn't have the slightest idea of what he looked like or who he was.
Now, you know. Well, I admit that was clever. My friends will be disappointed.
And the son of a gun sat next to me on the train for 8 hours.
A dull trip, wasn't it? But what about the meat house angle? The sacks?
That's beef. Just good prime beef. In sacks, it looks a little like I planted Ole's clothes there.
Oh, Richard, stop. I've had enough.
And by the way, where is Mr. Sventor?
Oh, my gosh. He came up here from the hotel this afternoon. I'm so used to thinking of him as dead that I forgot all about him. He's probably lost and in the... Anna, you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, Richard. It just shook me up, but Richard! Richard, the laboratory! All right!
All right, you still have the box, Mr. Walsh. Hold on to him. I'll take a look in the lab.
Go ahead, Tanner.
Ole, where are you? Ole!
Here, Richard. I'm all right. It's just my leg. Light a match so we can see.
Yeah, sure.
Hurry, Richard. I want to see what's wrong. Light a match.
I'm holding a lit match, Ole.
I see.
Your eyes, Ole.
Richard is in...
He's all right, Anna. I'm bringing him out now. He's all right, yes. But never again to see the red of a rose. The red of fire. The red of a sunset. The red of blood. Ole's formula brought color to millions. Now, he's blind.
No corpse? Oh, my, no corpse. Well, no corpse, man. Will somebody pass the peanuts? Listen, you. Yes, you over there. Are you sometimes green with envy? You ever go into a purple rage? Are you yellow? You are. Oh, don't worry about it. You've got what the writers call a colorful personality. Or maybe you're just a rainbow. By the way, this month's Sanctum mystery novel is Puzzle for Puppets by Patrick Quentin. Well, now it's really time to close that there squeaking door until next week at the same time. So, good night. Pleasant dreams.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Hand of Botar.
Uncle Simeon, are you all right?
He's dead.
What?
He's dead. I went out to make a telephone call. There's no extension in here, you know. I was dialing the number when I thought I heard Simeon say something, and then I heard him scream. I ran back in here and found him like this.
Look.
Where?
At his throat. There are 5 red marks on his throat, like finger marks. Just as if he'd been choked to death by a person using only one hand.
The Hall of Fantasy will present The Hand of Botar in just a moment. And now for our story entitled The Hand of Botar.
Even after he was dead, the spirit of Simeon Botar remained with those who had known him. His personality was so strong that when he entered a room, all eyes were immediately drawn to him. But there was something strange about Simeon, something different that set him apart from other men. It couldn't be defined, but it was there just the same. And when he said,
"Even when I die, the world will not forgive me. I'll make sure of that, even if I have to return from death."
I first met Simeon Botar several months ago. Eric Matreau had insisted that I meet him, and so one evening we drove out to his small estate several miles from town.
You like Simeon, Charles. He's a very interesting person.
Well, I certainly hope so. The way you talk about him, he seems to be an idol of yours.
Well, hardly that. It's just that I find him stimulating. And when I told him that you played a wonderful game of chess, he insisted that I bring you out.
He's a chess player, eh?
Oh, yes, a very fine one. When you play with him tonight, you'll be treated to a very unusual experience.
How do you mean?
You'll see for yourself. You know, Charles, there's something odd about Simeon. I can't place it myself. Maybe you'll be able to help me.
Something odd about him?
Yes, and even though he's so interesting a person, there's something about him that frightens me. Almost as if there was an air of death about him. Especially about that hand of his.
I didn't know whether Eric was trying to play some kind of a joke on me or not. I had no time to think about it, however, as in a minute we turned off the highway onto the gravel road leading up to the house. The door of Botar's house was opened for us by a very beautiful young woman.
Oh, it's so good to see you, Eric.
Thank you, Marcia. My good friend Charles Brakely. Marcia Jameson, Simeon's niece.
A pleasure.
Won't you come in?
Where's Simeon, Marcia?
He's in the living room waiting for you. I understand you're quite a chess player, Mr. Brakely.
Well, not a very good one, I'm afraid.
Oh, on the contrary. Eric says that you're an excellent player. And Uncle Simeon is most anxious to meet you. It's right in here.
Simeon, say we're here.
Oh, so good of you to come, Eric. As I take it, is Mr. Brakely?
Yes.
Well, I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance. Would you gentlemen care for a drink?
Oh, none for me, thank you.
The usual for me.
Marcia, will you prepare a drink for Eric?
Yes, Uncle Simeon.
You, play chess, eh, Mr. Brakely?
Yes.
And sit down, please. As you can see, I already have prepared the board for play. Seeing you're my guest, you may have the white, Mr. Brakely.
Oh, thank you.
Would you put on the blindfold for me, Eric?
Oh, of course. Tight enough, Simeon?
Yes. Can't see a thing. Thank you, Eric.
I hope you don't expect...
Not at all, Mr. Brakely. Not at all.
Here's your drink, Eric.
Thank you.
Are you ready, Mr. Brakely?
Do you want me to call out my moves to you?
Oh, no, that won't be necessary.
Well, then, how do you know what move I make?
Oh, my hand will know. Proceed, Mr. Brakely. You have the opening move.
All right.
King's pawn to King 4, Mr. Brakely. Good safe opening. I'll counter with the same move. Now, your move, Mr. Brakely. King's knight to King's bishop, Mr. Brakely. Let's say I'll bring my queen out thusly.
Mr. Botar, how do you know what moves I make? You can't see the board through that blindfold, can you?
Of course not, Mr. Brakely. My hand tells me.
Your what?
My hand. You notice how the fingers are drumming now, Mr. Brakely?
Yes.
But my brain is not controlling those fingers, Mr. Brakely. The hand is an entity unto itself.
Are you serious?
Of course I am. How else would I know your moves? I cannot see you, Mr. Brakely. Neither my niece nor Mr. Patrol have told me what moves you've made. How else would I know? Let us proceed, Mr. Brakely. It's your move, I believe.
The game continued. It was incredible. The fingers of his hand would be silent as he moved, but when it was my turn, he would place his hand on the table and the fingers would begin drumming slowly. As I made my move, the tempo of those beating fingers would increase and then stop as Botar made his move.
Your move, Mr. Brakely. Check, Mr. Brakely. Check. Check. Check and mate. You play a very good game, Mr. Brakely. I'll take this blindfold off now.
Oh, now, tell me the truth, Mr. Botar. How did you know my moves?
Well, I've told you the truth.
Well, you don't mean to say
That's exactly what I mean to say. My right hand has developed to such an extent that I believe it has, well, almost an intelligence of its own.
That's impossible.
Not necessarily. If we lose the use of one hand, we learn to do things with the other that require two hands before. A blind man learns to make his other senses perform some of the duties of his eyes. It's not impossible.
The hand does seem to have an intelligence of its own.
It has a strange grayish cast to it, Simeon, as if it were dead.
Get me a pin, Marcia.
Yes, Simeon.
What are you going to do?
Strange thing, Eric. There's no feeling left in that hand. I'll show you what I mean.
What are you going to do?
Prove to you that I feel no pain if the hand itself is injured.
Here's the pin, Simeon.
Thank you. Now, watch me. There. It's in my hand, and yet I feel nothing.
Either you're telling the truth or you've learned to control your reaction to pain.
It's the truth, believe me. I'll take it out now. There. You see? I have no feeling whatsoever of pain. Oh, that's strange.
What?
The hand is moving, and I'm not...
Simeon, get it away from your throat!
I can't move it.
Do something. Do something before it kills him.
We'll return to the tale of the Hand of Botar in just a moment. Back now to the Hall of Fantasy in the tale of the Hand of Botar.
Eric Matreau and I had driven out to the home of Simeon Botar. I had been a witness and participant in the most bizarre exhibition I had ever seen. And then, after the game was over, when Botar was showing us that his hand had no feeling in it, the hand suddenly moved to his throat and began choking him.
Do something before it kills him.
Help me.
I'll get it.
Oh, I can't move it, Charlie. Let me help you.
Starting him.
Simeon, are you all right?
Yes, I guess so.
Oh, what happened, Botar?
I don't know. I can't explain it. All of a sudden, it's in my throat, choking me.
You're all right now?
Yes. I lost control of my hand at that moment, gentlemen. I couldn't move it away from my throat. But now I can move it at will.
Have you thought of seeing a psychiatrist, Mr. Botar?
No. Why do you ask that?
Well, you've heard of schizophrenia, split personality, haven't you?
Naturally. But let me tell you right now, Mr. Brakely,
I am not suffering from schizophrenia.
Well, that's the only rational explanation for what just happened.
I don't think so.
Do you mean to say that you really think that hand has an intelligence of its own?
Yes, I do.
Then you'd better be careful, Mr. Botar. If what you believe is true, then that hand could very well kill you. We left shortly after that. As we drove into the city, my mind wouldn't forget the image of what had occurred that night. Eric.
Yeah?
How well do you know Simeon Botar?
Oh, pretty well.
Do you think he's all right?
If you're referring to his mental condition, I'd stake my life on it.
When I took psych in college, we studied split personality and some of the strange courses it takes. Automatic writing, for example.
Mm-hmm.
The victim claims his hand wrote a certain message that he himself didn't. But actually, he was the victim of schizophrenia, split personality, and his other self wrote the message. Now, that's what could be wrong with Botar.
How do you explain the game of chess, then, Charles? He couldn't see anything, I know. I moved my cigarette close to his face while the game was going on. He didn't draw back even a fraction of an inch.
Well, that's true, but I still can't believe it.
You remember how the fingers drummed on the table prior to each of his moves and during each of yours? And then, just before it happened, remember how they began drumming on the table? When that happens, I have the feeling that the hand is thinking.
Then you believe it?
That it has an intelligence of its own. Yes. I'm afraid I do.
In the weeks that followed, I saw a great deal of Marcia Jameson. I saw Simeon very rarely, going out of my way to avoid him. I didn't believe what he had told me, but he made me feel uncomfortable, and there was something about him that frightened me. One night, Marcia and I had returned from a play downtown. We stood outside the house saying goodnight, and I noticed Eric's car in the driveway.
I had a wonderful evening, Charles.
So did I. Oh, Eric must be here. There's his car.
I didn't notice it before.
Well, neither did I. It's in the shadows by the side of the house.
Charles.
Yes?
I'm getting worried about Uncle Simeon.
Why?
He's frightened. He doesn't sleep at night anymore.
What's bothering him?
The hands. He says that he can't go to sleep anymore without fearing what it will do to him. The only time he's rested is when he's had one of the servants tie down the hand so he can't move.
I think he should see a doctor.
But that's what I thought, too, but he won't. I don't know why. What's that?
A scream from inside the house. Let's go.
Uncle Simeon!
Mr. Botar! Eric!
Is that you?
Yes! Where's Simeon?
Come into the library, hurry!
What's the matter?
Look, Uncle Simeon! Are you all right?
He's dead.
What?
He's dead. I went out to make a telephone call. There's no extension in here, you know. I was dialing the number when I thought I heard Simeon say something, and then I heard him scream. I ran back in here, and I found him like this.
Look.
Where?
At his neck. There are 5 red marks on his throat, like finger marks. Just as if he'd been choked to death by a person using only one hand.
We called a doctor, and he in turn summoned the police. They questioned us closely, and when Eric told them the story about the hand, they laughed at him. The final verdict was death by strangulation, killer unknown. 3 days later, he was buried. Eric and I returned to the house with Marcia after the funeral. Marcia had taken the funeral very badly, and we sent her up to take a nap for a few hours. I'll get it. Hello?
May I speak to Miss Jameson, please?
Oh, she's resting now. I don't want to disturb her.
I see. It was a rather irregular request that we received, but we did, as the note said. I just wanted to tell her that the package is being dispatched and will reach her today.
Who's calling?
Mr. Erskine. Goodbye.
Huh. Erskine. Now, from where do I know that name?
He was a mortician.
Oh, yes.
What do you want?
Oh, he said something about a package being delivered here today.
I wonder what it is.
I don't know. Well, I'll tell Marcia about it when she wakes up.
It's strange that he didn't mention what was in it.
Well, the package will arrive today. Then we'll know what's in it. I'll get it. Hello.
This is Erskine again. I'm afraid I can't do what the note said. The thing is...
Hello? Hello? Mr. Erskine, are you still there?
What's the matter?
I don't know. He sounded like he was choking. It was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Marcia was still asleep. The sky was heavily overcast, and I knew that we were due for a bad storm shortly. Eric and I heard the front door chimes ring, and a few seconds later the maid ushered in a man we had seen before, the lieutenant of detectives who had been at the house after Simeon Botar had died. What can we do for you, Lieutenant?
I don't like to trouble you, Mr. Brakely, especially today, but I'm afraid I have to.
What's the matter, Lieutenant?
Do you know Mr. Erskine?
Yes, he handled things for Marcia.
That's right. Well, he's dead.
Dead?
Yeah.
Well, he called here on the phone. He started to choke.
He choked all right. He was strangled.
What?
That's right. And he has the same marks on his neck that Mr. Botar had that night. 5 little red marks, like the finger marks of a hand.
You are listening to the tale of the Hand of Botar on this week's journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy. We'll return to our story in just a moment. And now back to our story, entitled The Hand of Botar.
We had come back from the funeral with Marcia Jameson. She was upstairs getting some rest. A few minutes before, Lieutenant Hillman of the police had come out to the house. I learned then the reason Erskine had seemed to be choking when I talked to him on the telephone.
That's right. 5 little red marks, like the finger marks on a hand. It's
starting to rain.
Yeah, we're in for a bad storm. Erskine didn't have any enemies. He was preparing a package to send out here, and then he was killed. Who did it?
Not who, Lieutenant. What?
How's that?
I believe it was Botar's hand that killed Erskine.
What are you talking about?
Botar's dead.
But his hand isn't.
But Simeon's been buried, Eric.
I don't care. I think it was...
That was Marcia. Come on. Marcia! Marcia, what's the matter?
Is he up there alone?
Yes. Marcia!
I saw it. I saw it.
Saw what, Marcia?
I was half asleep. I felt that something was in the room with me. I looked up. The window was slightly ajar, and then on the floor, I saw it creeping along.
What was it you saw?
Uncle Simeon's hand.
What?
That's right.
Let's take a look.
Are you sure? Do you know what you're saying?
Of course I do. You'll see for yourself.
Well, there doesn't seem to be anything in here.
Maybe it went back out the window.
Lieutenant, take a look at this.
What?
Look, on the windowsill here. Little scratches as if they were made by fingernails.
You don't expect me to believe... I didn't believe it either, Lieutenant, but now I do. Botar's hand has an intelligence of its own. I believe that both Botar and Erskine were killed by that hand.
I think you're crazy.
And I think I can prove it to you.
How?
Lieutenant, get an order to give us permission to exhume Botar's body. Then you can see for yourself. Just a little more now.
This had better be more than a wild goose chase.
I think that's enough.
We're going to open it now, Marcia.
All right.
Let's get this outside casing top off.
There you go.
Together now. That's it. Now, let's get this casket open.
There he is, Lieutenant. That's Simeon.
Look, Lieutenant.
His right hand is missing.
Now will you believe us? That thing is alive. And it's back there at the house. It's evil and malevolent. We have to go back and destroy it. We searched the whole house and we still can't find it.
Maybe it left the house.
I don't think it has. I think it's hiding.
Where?
I don't know.
How did the Hand ever get
When Erskine called me on the phone, he said something about an unusual request written in Simeon Botar's hand, and that he was sending the package here. While he was preparing that package, the Hand killed him.
That thing is somewhere in or around this house. I have a feeling that... Oh!
What was that? Sounded like a window breaking.
Where?
Upstairs. Let's take a look. We'll break up into two groups. Mr. Michaud and Mr. Baker will go together. I'll keep Miss Jameson with me, all right?
All right.
Fine. Let's go then. I have the only gun. If you see it, call for it.
All right.
Stay behind me, Miss Jameson.
I'll be
with
right
you.
behind you.
You take the front part, and we'll take the rear.
Fine.
If you see it, don't forget to call.
Let's go.
Why don't we try Simeon's bedroom?
Sounds like a good idea. Come on. Remember, that thing can hide almost anywhere.
I know. We might as well... Look. The bottom left pane of the French door leading to the sun porch is broken.
Then the Hand is in here somewhere.
We can't be sure. It might have found entrance this way, but... Listen.
It's in here, all right.
Lieutenant! It's in here!
You're right there.
Eric, stand over there by the broken pane there. Make sure it can't get out.
Right.
Oh.
Well, where is it?
How we know it's in here somewhere. Come in quickly. Let's get that door closed. Right. Oh, be quiet.
There it is again.
Where's it coming from?
Be quiet.
It's moving.
Can't see it. Neither can I.
Look out, Charles, in back of you! It's climbing up the bar in back of you! Where? It's making for the light switch!
The lights are out.
Be quiet. It's dropped down to the floor again.
I can't see a thing in the dark.
It's going after someone in this room.
Hear it moving.
Be quiet.
I can feel something on my back. I can...
The hands are on her throat! Get the hand away from her! Right!
Hurry!
We're doing our best! A little bit more. A little bit more. That's better! Throw it on the floor!
Shoot it. It'll get away.
Hurry, Lieutenant, hurry. It's making for the front door!
It's horrible.
I would never have believed it.
Nor would I.
I'm still afraid of it, even though I know it's dead.
I'll make sure that it's destroyed once and for all.
Oh, I'll never forget the sight of it, creeping across the floor like some crawling monster.
Tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. And starring tonight three of radio's foremost personalities, Ralph Bell, Louis Van Rooten, and Roger De Koven in S.O.S.
the mysterious traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we join three enterprising men who are in a very dire predicament. It's a story I call SOS. My story tonight is about a group of unsavory individuals at the moment discussing a little unhappily their recent past.
Yes, sir. Here we are, the three of us, adrift out here. How long is it now? How long, Mike?
Let me alone. Ask Steve. He knows everything.
Yeah, he sure does. Couldn't miss, he said. Couldn't miss. Still opportunities. You just have to recognize them. Isn't that what you said, Steve? Eh? Isn't that what you say?
Shut up, Doc. Shut up. I've had enough of you.
Look at him. Now he's going to turn on that automatic radio sender. Isn't that right, Steve?
Shut up. Shut up.
Do you really think someone's going to hear those signals? No, sir. We're adrift out here, but for good. You're wasting your time with that radio sender. No one's going to pick us up. Right, Mike?
Stop bothering me. Let me alone.
Yes. I can remember that day, Steve, when you first spilled the plan to us. Oh, you were the mastermind, all right. Remember, Steve, eh?
Yeah, I remember all right. I wish I could forget that day. Forget everything that happened. But there's no escaping it. I can see everything that happened as clear as if it were only yesterday. Yeah. I remember the way I walked into the office. Mike and Doc were sitting there, waiting for the bad news. Well, Farson got a life sentence. The rest got 10 to 20 years.
Great. Just great. I just can't get over it. Just can't. Things were running so smoothly. The syndicate was cleaning up, and then this happens.
The three of us were pretty lucky. Not being indicted with the others? Yeah. If we hadn't been in South America, handling that end, we'd have gotten it in the neck, too.
I still do not understand. How could they smash the syndicate overnight? There were no records. Farson took every precaution.
Let's face it. The day for guys like us is over. The cops have science on their side. They're using every trick in the book.
Yeah, you're right.
Television, radar, infrared cameras, electro detectors, light beam alarms, and 101 other scientific gimmicks.
Yes, you are right. They have learned to move so fast that they have taken all the profit out of the rackets.
They sure have. I just wish I had a small part of all that dough I once made. Where did it go? Lawyers, bail, protection. I haven't got a cent left.
Neither have I. What about you, Steve?
I've still got a few grand left. Well, the way science has turned the heat on it, looks like we'll have to turn honest, whether we want to or not.
Look, I've been working on an angle. What about sticking around for a couple of more days?
Get wise, Steve. The cops are ready for everything these days. There aren't any more angles.
I tell you, I've got one. I just need a little more time to work it out. What do you say?
Well, it cannot do any harm to listen.
How much time do you need?
2 days. Meet me here the day after tomorrow. And I'll lay out the whole plan for you.
Well, Steve, you still got an angle? Or did it blow up in your face?
For the past 48 hours, I've been going over it, detail by detail. And it still looks good.
Well, what is the job? Let's have it.
The lifting of $5 million worth of uncut Martino diamonds from the SS Europe.
What? You must be out of your head. It would require an army to take over that boat. It has a crew of over 300.
This plan of mine can be worked with 3 men. Us.
This I've got to hear. Just how would you go about it, mastermind?
All right. 2 weeks from tonight, the SS Europe will be docking in London with $5 million in uncut diamonds and a shipment of 3,000 pounds of uranium under pressure.
3,000 pounds of uranium under pressure.
What are you getting at?
A half hour before the Europe lands, I go to the captain's quarters. You, Mike, you go to the radio communication office. And you, Doc, you go to the special room where the uranium is stored under pressure.
Then what?
I tell the captain that I have 1 man in control of radio communication and another in the uranium storage room. And unless he turns over the diamond shipment to me, a bullet will be fired into the uranium compressor, blowing up the ship.
You really expect the captain to fall for that? Why, he'll call you bluff. Dare you to blow up the ship with us on it.
Of course he will. A threat like that would never work.
You're wrong. You're wrong there. Psychologically, we've got the edge of the captain. Maybe we're willing to die, too. With a crew of 300 and twice as many passengers, he just wouldn't risk it.
Perhaps you're right. After all, his first duty is to his passengers and ship. He would probably figure that we wouldn't get far with those diamonds, that the police would get us in no time at all.
Of course. That's exactly the way he'd see it.
Suppose you two force him to turn over the diamonds. How would we make our getaway?
We'd use one of the ship's emergency launchers.
Sure. Meanwhile, the captain of the SS Europe has radioed the police. And we walk right into their arms.
The captain won't radio the police.
No, and why won't he?
For 2 reasons. First, his radio room will be put out of commission. And second, 10 minutes after we leave the Europe, it's going to blow up.
Blow up? The uranium?
That's right. There won't be a piece of the ship left or anyone to identify it.
Uh-huh. 5 million in uncut diamonds, you say, huh?
At least 5 million.
This plan of yours, Steve, is just wild enough to succeed. Yes, through sheer audacity, it might be carried off.
A job like that, it's all or nothing.
That's right. Well, what do you say, Doc?
Finding the thought of honest labor abhorrent, I'm inclined to go along with you, Steve.
What about you, Mike?
The odds are against us, but for that kind of dough, I'll risk it.
You won't regret it, Mike. All right, now here's a setup. The day after tomorrow, the SS America is outward bound. We'll be on her when it leaves.
You mean so that we can study the same layout that we'll find on the Europe?
Yes, that's right. By the time we board the Europe for the return trip, we'll know every inch of the ship. Now, we'll have to work fast. I'll take care of getting us passports under assumed names. Doc, I want you to book passage for the 3 of us on the American. Mike, you take... 2 days later, Doc, Mike, and myself boarded the SS America using false passports. We pushed our way through the other passengers, mostly vacationists, to our cabin on B deck. While we were unpacking, the ship's whistle blew for all visitors to leave. A few minutes later, we were on our way. During the next 3 days, we covered the ship from one end to the other, taking pictures of the layout, learning the schedules of the crew. When we walked off after the 10-day trip, we knew everything there was to know about both liners.
Passengers will kindly step this way and show their passport.
Come on, that's us.
Hope we don't have any trouble with these passports.
Stop worrying, will you?
May I see your passport, please?
Here you are.
Thank you. Richard Werby, born in Boston, United States. How long do you intend to stay here, Mr. Werby?
About a week.
Have you ever been here before?
No, this is my first visit.
Our laws are quite different than those of your country. You will do well to study this booklet, which is issued by my government.
Thank you, I will.
Your passport is stamped. You may pass.
Thank you.
I trust you enjoy your stay with us. Next passenger. My feet hurt. Why don't we go back to the hotel?
We might as well see the local sights while we're here.
So this is what all our fellow passengers came all this way to see.
This place gives me the creeps. The natives, too. Everything looks so different.
Oh, come on now. My got's no way for a traveler to speak. Sure, this place is different from what you've known. But you'll find plenty to interest you here.
Yeah. Just as soon be back in New York. It's all the same to you.
Relax, Mike. Another week and you'll be back in New York.
Relax, he says. I don't like places that are different. I like what I'm used to. Those crazy birds. What do they call them anyway?
I don't know. You see?
They're the national bird. Called Martinos.
Martinos, yeah. Look at them. Like vultures. Thousands of them.
Oh, you'll get used to them.
And all these canals. Never seen nothing like it.
That's one of the great attractions here. People come from all over the earth to see these canals.
Yeah, well, they can have them.
Look at those ruins over there. The war's been over all these years, and yet they've never cleaned them up, rebuilt.
Yeah, our rocket fighters sure leveled the countryside.
No wonder the natives aren't any too friendly, huh?
You say that again. I'll be glad when we board to Europe. Leave this place forever.
Le papa, le papato, da-da-tang, da-da-da-le papa.
Check all our luggage?
Yes, I went through the motions of looking like an anxious tourist. It'll be in our cabin when we go aboard.
What cabin did we get, Steve?
Cabin 32B.
32B. That's just a few feet away from the radio communications office.
That's right.
Attention, please. Attention, please. All passengers bound for London will now board the SS Europe. Departure time is 0900. All passengers for London will please board the SS Europe.
Come on. That's us. We followed the returning vacationists aboard, had our passports checked, and were shown to our cabin. It would be 10 days before we'd go into action, but already the three of us felt that sense of excitement that comes before a big job. And this would be a big job. The biggest ever. The minutes and the hours seemed to drag on that homeward trip. We checked the craft from stem to stern, and the layout was exactly like that of the SS America. The final night out, all the passengers were celebrating, none of them suspecting that they'd never see London. At 4 a.m., with the liner just 1 hour from London, the three of us went over our plans for the last time, the interminable roar of the motors in our ears. Okay, this is it. You both have your guns?
Yes, of course.
Now, Mike, you'll take over radio communications. There'll be just one radio operator on duty. Remember now, take him quietly.
He won't let out a peep.
Good. It shouldn't take you more than a few minutes to put the radio and radar equipment out of commission. Now, make sure you don't damage the ship's intercommunication system.
Just leave it to me.
Doc, there's one crew member guarding the storage room where the uranium shipment is being kept. Once you've taken care of him, lock yourself in the storage room. Now, you don't come out until I give the signal.
I understand.
Now, Have you got the demolition stick?
It's right here.
Good.
I understand.
Now, have you got the demolition stick?
It's right here.
Good. I've explained how it works. When I rap on the storage room door, you plant the demolition stick under the uranium compressor, so they won't be able to see it.
Right.
We'll have to move fast now. That explosive will go off 10 minutes after it's set.
Will we be able to get far enough away before the explosion?
Oh, yes. The launch is on B deck, right outside the storage room. We'll be in the launch and away in a matter of seconds.
Doc, you've already checked the launch, haven't you? Yes, I just came from it. It's all set to go.
All right. That takes care of everything. Now, let's set our watches. I've got 4:26, 45 seconds. 50 seconds. 55 seconds. 4:27. Right, tick. Okay. Let's go. The three of us left the cabin and separated on the deserted and dimly lit deck. I walked to the nearest staircase and went up to A deck. There wasn't a soul in sight as I walked to the captain's quarters. It was exactly 4:29 a.m. I lit a cigarette, waiting. On the horizon, far ahead, I could see the lights of London. I could feel the liner losing speed. At exactly 4:30, I knocked on the captain's door.
Come in. Oh, come in, Phillips. Are you ready? No. I thought it was Phillips, my first officer.
No, Captain. I'm merely one of your passengers.
I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me. I'm due in the control room. We'll be landing shortly.
You'll have to hear me out first,
but I've
Captain.
just told you. God! What's the meaning of this?
Sit down, Captain.
Now, see here.
Sit down. That's better.
Then what is it?
You're carrying $5 million in uncut Martino diamonds. I want them.
You must be out of your mind.
I'm not alone in this, Captain. At the moment, this ship is at my mercy.
It's your mercy?
Yes. My men have taken over key positions on this ship.
Right. I don't believe you. That isn't possible.
No? Well, just as a test, pick up the phone and dial the radio communications office. Go ahead.
Radio communications office.
Who is this?
It ain't one of your crew members, Captain.
Let me have the phone. Hello, Mike.
Yeah?
Everything under control?
Couldn't be better.
Good. I'll be talking to you. Maybe now you're beginning to realize that I'm not out of my head, Captain.
You must be. You believe you can commit piracy and get away with it?
I'll get away with it, Captain, because you see you're going to help me.
I help you?
Yes, that's right. One of my men has taken over the storage room where the uranium is stored under pressure.
You can't do that. Why, that pressure machine calls for constant care of an engineer. If the pressure falls below a certain point, the uranium will explode.
Take it easy. That pressure machine is being looked after by one of my men. Nothing will happen to it. That is, if you do exactly as I say. You think I'm bluffing? You think I'm bluffing about the storage room?
Storage room?
Everything under control, Doc?
Yes.
The captain's here by the phone. Tell him what your orders are.
I am to put a bullet in the pressure machine if I don't hear from you in 15 minutes.
You heard what he said. Well?
He's bluffing. If he put a bullet in the pressure machine, uranium would blow us all up. You and your men included.
That's right. But you see, Captain, my men and I have nothing to lose. And you and the rest do.
What do you mean?
The authorities in London are waiting to arrest us. Murder. So, as I said, we have nothing to lose if we're forced to blow up the ship.
Even if I turned the diamonds over to you, how would you get away?
we take the launch on B-Dag.
I see.
You've got 13 minutes left, Captain, before my man fires that bullet. And believe me, he will.
Seems I haven't any choice.
None.
The authorities will get you for this.
Let me worry about that. You've got 12 minutes left. Now you're being sensible.
First Officer Phillips speaking.
First, this is Captain Andrews.
Yes, sir.
I want you to go to the purser, have him turn over to you the consignment of uncut diamonds we're carrying. Bring them to my cabin.
Sir, we'll be landing in less
That's an order, Phillips.
Yes, sir.
You should be here with the diamonds in a matter of minutes.
For your sake, I hope so, Captain. I hope so.
That must be Phillips now.
Have him come in.
Come in.
I have the diamonds here, sir.
Turn them over to this man.
But, sir...
Do as I say. The safety of the ship and our passengers are at stake.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You don't mind if I look them over?
What's this all about, sir?
Seems that after many centuries, piracy has returned.
Piracy, sir?
Yes. All right, I've checked them. Now, Captain, if you and your first officer will escort me to B-Deck.
Very well. Come along, Phillips.
Yes, sir.
After you, gentlemen. Our first stop will be the radio communications office. Here we are. Come on out on deck, Mike.
Everything all right?
Yes, stuff's in the stocks. All right, Captain. The next stop is the special storage room.
Very well.
Did you take care of the communications office, Mike?
Yeah, they won't be sending out any messages.
Good. Now, here we are, Captain. Doc? Doc?
Why don't he answer?
The door's locked. Open up, Doc. It's us.
Hey, something's wrong.
Yeah.
Look, let's take the launch and blow out of here. It isn't our fault something happened to Doc.
You're forgetting one thing. We need Doc. He's the only one of us who knows how to navigate that launch.
Yeah. Come on, let's break down the door. Together now. It's coming. Once more. There does it. Sir, shall I try to slip away and sound the alarm?
It won't be necessary, Phillips.
There's Doc, lying on the floor in there. He's out cold.
Let's get him out.
Oh, the air in here. I can't breathe. This place is full of gas. Better get out of here before we pass out. That gas must have gotten Doc.
Phillips.
Yes, sir?
Disarm these two men. Have the third one on our guard taken out of the storage room when the gas disperses.
Very good, sir.
I see, Phillips, you've revived the third man, eh?
Yes, sir. The three of them are all conscious again.
And the guard?
He's all right, too, sir. Oh, we found this, sir, in the third man's pocket.
Demolition stick.
As I see it, they were going to set it before they left the ship, sir.
Blow up my ships and passengers, would they?
Shall I put them in the brig, sir?
Brig? No, Phillips. I'm not taking them into London. I'm dealing with them here. Now.
Well, I don't understand, sir.
This launch they were going to take, have it filled with concentrated food and water. Enough to last them for years.
Very good, sir.
Then I want the launch's motor completely demolished. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do with us?
You've attempted a crime unheard of for centuries. Piracy. I'm going to mete out the old punishment for it. I'm setting the three of you adrift.
Adrift out here? No, you can't.
You gotta take us into London. You got it. They're right, sir. It's your duty to turn them over to the police. You haven't the authority to...
Phillips, out here I'm the law. You carry out my orders to the letter.
Yes, sir.
Captain, give us a break, will you? Don't set us adrift.
It will be murder. That's what it will be. Murder.
Can't set us adrift out there. You can't.
I can and I will. You earned it.
How long have we been adrift out here? 2 months? 3? I guess I lost track. A long way back. Out here, with nothing but the sky to look at. Black, empty sky, blazing with stars. Time loses all meaning. The automatic radio senders keep transmitting signals, but no one listens. No one listens.
Yes, sir, Steve. Couldn't miss, could it? He couldn't miss, huh? You had everything covered, all right. All you missed was that automatic gas alarm they had in the storage room.
Shut up, Doc, shut up.
Yes, sir. When that guard failed to check in, I got a good dose of that gas. Just a small detail you overlooked.
I said shut up.
You see, because you're sending out those signals, someone is going to pick us up, huh?
They've got to pick us up. They've got to.
You fool. We are drifting further from the Earth all the time.
But they can't leave us drifting in space in this rocket launch. They can't.
No? Why not? We are 100 million miles out and going further. And has anyone come after us yet?
The Space Patrol. They'll rescue us. I tell you they will.
Never. They're letting us be examples to anyone else who tries to hijack a space liner. We're drifting out here in empty space for a month. We'll drift onward till the day we die.
No, we won't. We'll be picked up, I tell you.
Yes. Why don't you get wise to yourself? This is the year 2185. Miracles don't happen anymore.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip into the year 2185? It seems that criminals of the future aren't going to have any future. Not with science pitted against them. Poor Steve, Mike, and Doc. Imagine being adrift in space in a disabled rocket launch and being completely ignored. Yes, it seems that not only doesn't crime pay today, but it's going to pay even less in the year 2185. Oh, but that reminds me of my story for next week, The Big Dive. It's about a young man who figured out a perfect alibi for murder and forgot to take into account that it... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, which is played by Maurice Tarplin. In the cast were Ralph Bell, Louis Van Ruten, and Roger de Koven. Original music is composed and played by Al Finelli. All characters in tonight's story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. Frank Waldecker speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air. Hermit, you're next.
Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The house on Lost Man's Bluff, eh? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
For heaven's sake.
What is it, Denton?
Out of gas?
Couldn't be, Charles. Denton filled up at the last stop. What is it, Denton?
For heaven's sake, Nan, how do I know? Well, that's that.
Ooh, I hope we don't get stranded in this forsaken territory.
Well, that'd be something, wouldn't it? We haven't passed a house in the last 3 hours.
Well, I might as well get out and see what I can do.
You want me to take a look at it, Denton?
No, I'll tinker with it a while. You and Nan sit down on the side of the road.
I might be able to find the trouble for you, Dan.
Charles was only trying to help, Denton.
Never mind, I say. I'll have the thing going in a moment. Do as I say. Sit along the road. I'm going to work.
Come on, Charles. Let's do as he says.
Just as you say, Denton.
Here's a nice place to sit, Charles. We can look right down into a valley from here.
Why, it is nice, isn't it?
See? You can look all over the valley.
Wonder what they call this place.
I wouldn't know. Oh, look. We're not so far from civilization as I thought.
A town at the lower end of the valley.
Yes.
Now, that's still a long way away. You see? The road takes a roundabout way along the rim of the valley.
Uh-huh.
Say, I bet that's where I'm going to work.
Do you think so?
I'll just bet you that's where the job is that Denton got for me.
Way out? Away from everything?
Oh, I don't know. Looks like a nice little town. I'll make out all right.
I hate to have you leaving us, Charles. I'll be terribly lonesome.
Oh, I'll get back to the city occasionally.
You must be sure to do that.
Sure I will. Man, Denton can't hear us talking from here, can he?
No.
I have a feeling that he managed this job for me way out here because he didn't want me living with you two anymore.
Oh, no, Charles. Why should he object to my own brother living with us?
You've got me there. I can't figure it out. When I first came to stay with you, Denton talked of getting me work close by.
I know he did.
Man, there's something strange about it.
I don't know exactly what you mean, Charles.
Yes, you do. Ever since Denton came back from that road trip, he's acted strange.
Now that you mention it, I think I have noticed something different about Denton.
He was jolly and friendly enough to me when I first arrived. And now, all of a sudden, he's changed.
Maybe we're imagining it all.
Doesn't seem that he'd be jealous of his wife's own brother, does it?
No. Denton's not like that.
But he has been for the last 10 days. Morose, sullen, sitting most of the time staring at me.
Maybe he feels I've been paying more attention to you than to him.
Maybe that's it.
It's only natural that I'd be solicitous of my own brother, whom I haven't seen for so many years.
Well, we won't talk about it anymore. All I hope is that he isn't ill, that you aren't going to have trouble with me so far away.
You said we mustn't worry about it. We won't.
No.
I do wish he'd get the car started.
He wouldn't let me help him. Fairly pushed me away.
Denton's frightfully independent. But I wish he'd hurry.
Nervous?
I think we're going to have a storm. We should be getting out of these hills and down into town quickly.
Say, the sky is getting black and gloomy.
Look over to the west. Clouds are piling up fast.
Something of a wind coming up, too.
Denton just stands there looking at the car as if he didn't know what he was doing.
Maybe he doesn't. Well, let's go back over. Maybe you'll let me help him now.
All right.
Watch your step. There are jagged pieces of rock here.
The wind's getting stronger every minute.
It sure is. Looks like we might be getting a tornado. How are you making out, Denton?
What?
Located the trouble?
We should hurry, Denton. There's a terrific storm coming up fast.
Can't make the car go if it doesn't want to.
Look at the sky, Denton. We're in for a real storm.
Wow. There goes my hat. No use chasing it now.
Please, hurry. Get the car started.
All right. All right, get inside. Maybe it'll go now.
Let's hurry.
We'll have to drive like mad to get out of these hills and into the village before the storm breaks.
I know these roads. I'll get you out all right.
Denton, don't be so cross. Jump on every word Charles says.
Ben, don't give me orders.
Oh, look. The light was a streak of light. Now look how black it is. Turn on the lights of the car, Denton.
Be able to keep the car on the road with a wind like this.
What are we going to do, Denton? It'll blow the car off the road and hurl us down the hill.
Wow. That was a peal of thunder.
Denton, we can't drive on in this.
No, we can't.
What are we going to do, Dan? Can we sit in the car and be safe?
We aren't going to sit here. We're going to make for shelter.
But where?
There's a house sitting up there on the rock.
It's so dark I can't see it.
There's a house up there. I got caught in a storm the last time I was through here. Climbed up to that house and stayed until it blew over.
Can we get up there all right?
We can make it. We'll have to. Get out of the car. We've got to start right away. Hurry, climb out. Give me your hand, man.
It's in the middle of the afternoon and black as night.
Now, we've got to climb fast. I'll take hold of hands and start up the rock. We've got to get to that house. We've got to get there. Give me your hand, man. Let's go. Hurry. Come on.
Knock on the door, Denton.
We don't have to knock. We walk right in.
What?
Hurry. Get inside.
What a relief. I thought for a few minutes we might not make it.
I'll bolt this door so the wind won't rip it open.
Who owns this place? Doesn't anyone live here?
There was no one living in it when I stopped on my way through here last time.
It must belong to someone. It's completely furnished.
Whoever owns it hasn't been here for a long time, then. Everything's covered with dust and cobwebs. I can see them even in this pale light.
It's so dark in here. Can't you find a lamp or something, Denton?
I'll get a light. There's one in this room off the hall.
Come on, Charles. Let's follow him. I don't like standing in this dark hall.
I found a lamp. I'll have it lighted in a moment.
Oh, it's so damp and cold in here. Ooh.
There. Huh. Light makes it better, doesn't it?
Some.
Maybe. I don't like the looks of this place.
At least we're out of the storm, man.
You stopped here on your last trip through, Denton? And there was no one living here then?
That's what I said, wasn't it?
But it's completely furnished. Surely someone lives here now.
Maybe they do. They aren't here now.
Almost like a dungeon in the room. Windows are built so high.
Something like a fort. But it's grand Denton knew of this place. It's shelter out of the storm. The wind couldn't blow this building over.
Denton?
What?
What are you staring at?
What?
You heard what I said. What are you staring out into the hall for?
Say, Dan, are you all right?
Don't clench your hands that way. What do you see?
Did I say I saw anything?
What's the matter with you?
Don't keep asking me questions. I've got you out of the storm. Isn't that enough? Now leave me alone.
you going? Where are you going, Denton? Stop him, Charles.
Don't you think we all of us sit in here? When the storm blows over, we can drive on.
What's wrong with him? He's moving like a person in a trance. Get him to come back in this room.
Are you ill, Denton? Is there something we can do?
Stay right where you are. Both of you.
What is it?
I'm going into that room across the hall.
But why don't we all stay together? It's dark in here. I don't like it. I want you to stay near me.
I said I'm going into that room across the hall. And I'm going alone. Your brother Charles will take care of you. You prefer his company, don't you?
Is that what's wrong with you? Why do you act this way toward my brother?
You might as well make up your minds. Both of you. That we'll stay in this house until morning. I'm going into this room to sleep.
Denton?
It's no use.
He is ill.
He's got it in for me. Come on. Let's go back where the lamp is.
Listen. You hear what he's doing?
Barricading the door.
What does all this mean? Oh, Charles.
Let's get back to where the lamp is.
It's as if he's lost his mind.
Sit down. It's been coming on him for some time. Ever since he made that last trip through here. We know that.
What shall we do? Why did he go into that room and leave us?
As soon as we get into town, we'll persuade him to see a doctor. Let's make the best of it now. If he wants to leave us and sleep, let him.
Oh.
It's tough on you, Nan. I'm sorry I brought you all this trouble.
Denton's never been this way before. There's something dreadfully wrong. What was that?
Is that Denton laughing?
No, it can't be. He's never laughed like that in his life.
Oh, it's coming from the room Denton went into. That's for sure.
He's going mad. Oh, Charles.
Come on. You'll have to let us in.
Denton? Denton, what is it?
Let us in. Dan, let us in.
Locked?
Bolted and barricaded.
Denton, please let us in. It is coming from in there. But it's not Denton. It can't be. Oh, what are we going to do? What shall we do?
Everything's all right now, Nan. He's quieted down.
He answered you the last time you went over to the room?
Yes. He said, I'm all right. Go away.
Oh.
I think he's going to sleep now. We might as well do the same.
I can't sleep in this horrible house.
Yes, you can. It'll only be a few hours before morning.
But what if Denton refuses to come out of that room in the morning?
He'll be better in the morning. The storm's passed over, too. Everything will seem different in the morning.
Leave the lamp burning. I'm scared.
Sure. I'll set it on the mantel. It won't bother our eyes, but it will shed some light.
Yes, that will be all right. You think Denton will sleep?
I think he's asleep now. I'd break the door down, Nan, if I thought it would do any good. But I think it's best to let him get over this spell by himself.
I'll never believe it was he laughing.
Who could it have been but Denton? Oh, now don't worry anymore. Try to get some sleep. If he calls out, I'll wake you up.
It seems like a nightmare, doesn't it?
It will in the morning. Everything will be different then. Go to sleep now. You need the rest.
Oh! Charles, wake up!
Huh?
Wake up!
What is it?
Wake up! There's someone standing over you.
What?
Wake up! There's someone standing over you. They're going to kill you. Charles!
Good heavens. What is it? What was that?
Oh, Charlie. He stood right over you with his hands reaching out for you.
Who?
And when I screamed, he ran.
For heaven's sake, who?
He was going to kill you.
Who stood over Charles, ready to kill him? Eh? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now, back to the hermit.
Terror-stricken Charles and Nan stand in the middle of the room in this strange house on Lost Man's Bluff, wondering who tried to kill Charles. Listen.
You mean you think it was...
I know it was Denton.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Denton trying to kill me.
I know it was he. With his hands reaching out for your throat.
Oh, no.
And when I screamed, he ran back into that room and closed the door. Charles, where are you going?
I'm going to get him out of that room before something really happens.
You mustn't go near him.
I've got to. No, you stay here.
Never. I'm going with you.
I'm going to make him let me in there.
He may try to kill you again.
I don't think he will. You stay behind me. Denton? Denton!
Denton!
The door's unlocked. Denton? Stay back, man. I'm going to light a match. Great heaven. Denton.
What is it?
Oh, get back. Don't look.
Why are you closing the door? What is it, Charles? What did you see?
No. Denton's...
Something's happened to him. Something's happened to Denton. What is it, Charles? Tell me quick. What is it?
Denton's hanged himself. Keep hold of yourself, Nan. We've got to get out of here. Down into town and get the authorities here.
Denton hanged himself.
Let's hope the car runs. We've got to get into town. The laughter again.
Look. Up at the top of the stairs.
What is it?
In this faint light, it looks like the figure of a man.
Yes, but you can see right through him. What? He's disappeared.
Standing there at the head of the stairs, pointing at us. Then vanished.
That same laughter.
Charles, you're not going up there. We're going to get out of this place right away and get help. Quick. Hurry, we must get help.
But I tell you, it's urgent. You've got to go up there right now.
Go up to that house on Lost Man's Bluff before daybreak?
Right now.
Oh, no. Not me.
But my husband is dead in that house.
Would never enter the door of that house at night. No, sir. Neither would anyone else in this town.
Denton is dead.
He ain't the first one to die up there.
What do you mean?
Ain't never heard of the house on Lost Man's Bluff?
No. We don't live around here.
Oh, well, that explains that.
What did you mean when you said that Denton was not the first man to die there?
5 years ago, a fella that owned that house killed his brother, then hanged himself.
What?
That's right. But hanging didn't seem to take him out of this world. Now, I ain't the only one that's been there, passed there at night and heard his wild laughter. It's fit to make the hair stand right up on a man's spine. Other folks tried to live in that house. But you know what happens to them when they go in a certain room in that house?
The room Denton tried to sleep in?
The desire to kill enters in them. And the laughter of him that belongs to the other world drives them mad. They can't get away from it. They return to the place.
Charles, that's what happened to Denton. He said he'd been in that house before.
They try to kill if there's anyone near to kill, and then they take their own lives. It's happened to 3 other people. One man got back to town and told his experience, but he went back up there a few weeks later and took his life, hanged himself. Oh, no, sir. You'll have to wait till morning. Won't get nobody to go up there in the night to that house on Lost Man's Bluff.
From the house on Lost Man's Bluff continues to pierce the night. Don't ever go near it after sundown. No. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Whether the charmer, sinner it, or saint it, if folly grow romantic, I must paint it. One would almost think that Pope had written these lines about tonight's unsolved mystery, the romantic story of the Bandit Priest. The scene is Monterrey, Mexico. The time, night. A moon-drenched night brushed softly by the slightest breeze, and the air heavy with the fragrance of many blossoms. The white moonlight picks out the patioed houses in sharp relief, leaving the narrow streets a maze of black lines. A lone rider, but with 2 horses, stops at the end of one of the streets and, keeping well within the sheltering shadows, makes his way to a patio wall.
Rosita. Rosita.
Who is it?
Need you ask, Rosita?
Ramon, oh, you are so foolish to come tonight.
I could not stay away, Rosita.
But if they should miss you at the mission, you know what it would mean. They would kill you.
They will miss me in the morning, Rosita. I am not going back.
What is this you say?
I have left the mission. I have come to take you away.
Oh, but it cannot be, Ramon. Oh, do not ask if I love you. You know that I do, but we should be caught. We could not get away.
I have arranged it all. I have the horses. I have food for a long time. And when the search for us have died down, we can go to some other place. Or say that you will go with me.
Oh, Ramon, we should have waited.
Oh, wait. That is all we do. For more than 1 year we have waited.
Somebody's coming.
Rosita, what are you doing?
Oh, it is Ramon.
Ramon? Have you then run away from the mission, Ramon, that you come serenading in the middle of the night?
Yes, I have run away, Maria. I've renounced the church. I cannot go back. I will not go back. I've come these last time to ask Rosita to go with me.
And you hesitate, Rosita?
Would you go?
Me, I would do anything to get away from this house. Our father, he is old. He does not understand. See, I would go.
Then if you will go with me, I will go.
Perhaps Ramon would not like that.
Let us all go. Soon we will find a husband for Maria. We will be one very happy family.
But Ramon's hopes of an easy escape were doomed to disappointment. In these early days, the priests were powerful, and the following evening found Rosita, Maria, and Ramon hiding in a cave high in the mountains, watching the searching party in the valley below.
If they pass on, all will be well.
And if they do not, then what, Ramon?
Then we shall be taken prisoners.
I will not. Before one of them shall touch me, I will throw myself from the cliff.
So will I. It is death to go back. You know it, Ramon. Better to die here than...
One of them looks this way.
He cannot see us.
No, but he may see the opening of the cave.
If he should see and warn the others...
He must not warn the others. Both of you, get back in the cave.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to crawl out on the saddle of the ridge. If I think that he is about to warn the others, I shall silence him.
But Ramon...
Back, I say. It is his life or ours. Look, he is going to warn them.
That shot made Ramon and the 2 women outlaws. The necessity for food drove Ramon to play the role of bandit, and from the security of his mountain cave, he held up passing caravans. His fame spread far and near, and soon he was joined by other outlaws until a band of nearly 100 lived in the hidden valley. Keen-eyed sentries watched from the rugged crags by day, and at night the approach of a caravan was told in the ruddy flares of signal lights stabbing the velvet blackness of the sky. One night the quiet of the camp is broken by a signal flare at the valley's mouth. As if at a prearranged signal, the bandits mount their horses and ride down the slope.
What is it, Pedro?
A caravan, Ramon, and a big one. Over 100 mules and many horsemen. They come from the north.
To your places and quietly. You come with me, Pedro, and you one.
We'll be right back after this short break with more of this unsolved mystery. Welcome back. You're just in time to hear the solution to this unsolved mystery on When Radio Was.
Look, Ramon. The lights. You can see them now.
See, I see them. You one, gather all the food that you can find. Leave them enough food to reach a town.
I understand, Ramon.
You, Pedro, see that the women are not frightened.
They are very close.
In a moment now, I will give the signal. Buenas noches, senor. You are in command here?
Si, senor Bandit. I am in command. And permit me to tell you, senor, that this outrage you will be hanged for.
What you are, senor, will be changed to what you were if you do not show more command of your tongue.
Ramon, quickly, Ramon. Wealth untold. Gold.
Santa Maria. Church plate and bars of gold. A ransom for a king.
Millions of gold.
Yes, millions of gold.
But as gold often does, this gold changed the Bandit Priest. Its yellow glitter possessed him, body and soul, and day by day he ran his fingers lovingly over the burnished plate and the smooth roughness of the bars of bullion. From an easygoing bandit leader, he changed to a fiendish despot who trusted neither sentry nor listened to advice. When men crossed him, he shot them down. And at last,
He set his few remaining helpers to pounding and powdering the marble rock to make a cement with which to close up the opening to his treasure cave.
Work faster. Faster. Faster, slaves.
Have mercy, Ramon. For days now we have done nothing but break stone.
And that is all you will do till you die.
But, Ramon, the opening to the cave is closed. No man can possibly get in. We have cemented the opening to a depth of over 70 feet.
Keep on, I say. The work is not finished till the mouth of the cave is smooth. Smooth, so that no man can tell there has been a cave there.
He's mad. I tell you, he's mad.
Please, Ramon, let them rest. They have been faithful.
You get tobacco, Rosita. There is only one master here. Back to your cooking pot.
But, Ramon...
Silence or I kill you!
Oh, we have done our...
Oh, Ramon, no! No, don't!
One by one, the maddened bandit shot down his comrades. The two sisters, Maria and Rosita, crouched, trembling in the other cave till the fit of madness passed. But with the coming of sanity came the hour of reckoning. $7 million was more than Mexico cared to lose to one bandit, and Ramon, the bandit priest, fell beneath the fire of the Mexican soldiers who stormed the bandit camp. Rosita and her sister, pretending that they had been held against their will, escaped. For over 100 years, treasure hunters have sought the $7 million hidden in the sealed cave. Has it been found, or is it still there? In just a moment, you will hear a solution as to what happened to the bandit priest's treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken with the solution for which you have been waiting. The story of what happened to the bandit priest's treasure is vouched for by Don Juliano Hernandez of Santa Barbara. The scene is just outside Mexicali, a farmhouse, and in one of the rooms a group of men sit talking earnestly. One, a young man, Pancho Villa, unknown as yet, shrugs his shoulders and waits for the murmuring voices to subside.
All very fine plans, but without money, what can one do?
We will get the money when the time comes.
Ah, you talk like a child. To free Mexico from these vampires, these bloodsuckers takes gold. Much gold. They are strong. They pay the army. We need an army. But soldiers do not fight on empty stomachs, and food costs money. Pancho, I know where there is much money. So do I, Gomez, in the banks. But to get it out is a different story.
But I am serious. Meet me tonight, Pancho, and I will tell you a secret.
Much against his better judgment, Pancho Villa went with Gomez. The story was so fantastic, but just enough possible to appeal to the desperate revolutionist that he gathered together 20 mules, and 1 week later found the two men standing before the sealed-up treasure cave of the bandit priest.
You see, Pancho, the old lady who told the story to my great-grandfather was the sister, Maria. Ramon made his treasure vault out of the cave that Maria and her husband had lived in before her husband was killed in one of their raids.
So far, Gomez, I am forced to believe the story. For here, as your map showed, is the sealed-up cave. But now, the other entrance.
Maria said it was at the back of the saddle. 2 or 3 smaller stones hiding one big one.
Gomez! I believe you are right. Here is the opening.
Oh, if only the treasure remains. I'm afraid to look.
Do not be afraid. No one knows of this other opening but me. Help me with the rock.
See. I can get through. I can get in. Now for a light. Santa Maria. 'Tis true, Gomez. There is gold. Millions of gold. Enough to start a dozen revolutions. Mexico, you shall be free.
And so, 150 years later, the Bandit Priest's horde helped Pancho Villa to finance his revolution. But today and tomorrow, the lure of treasure trove will continue to draw the adventurers to Mexico to hunt for the 7 million hidden by the Bandit Priest.
Roma wines taste better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mark Stevens in Tree of Life, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better-tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. For friendly entertaining, for delightful dining. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you Mark Stevens in a remarkable tale of suspense.
Everything went wrong. From the very beginning, everything that possibly could went wrong. Because, you see, I'd already planned for quite a while to kill my wife. The first thing was the doors, and that's funny, too, because that was the thing that had impressed me the most about the new place, the doors. The house was a double bungalow, twin apartments, really. White stucco with 2 doors in the front center. The doors were exactly alike, made of modern yellow wood, studded with nails. The nails spread out in a Tree of Life pattern. Tree of Life. I can still see Helen standing with her slim, elegant figure silhouetted against the door, and her hair blending with its warm color, and her blue eyes burning with that strange, acquisitive fire I'd once mistaken for passion.
Isn't it a beautiful door, Jimmy? I really think I'm clever to have found it, don't you? You know, it's definitely the smartest place we've ever had. But don't just stand there, darling. Come on. You'll possibly love the inside. You see, Jimmy, the entrance hall and the living room can be thrown into one. Jimmy, we can have some stunning parties.
Bedrooms to the back?
3 rooms, small dressing room, 2 baths. Of course, we'll have to buy some new furniture to go with the house. Most of our old pieces simply won't belong.
It's awfully dark back here.
Oh, nonsense, darling. It's just cloudy today. Besides, you'll love it when you want to sleep late on Sunday. That's why I'm giving you the center room. I'm taking the front one with the dressing room.
The corner room with the 3 windows?
Oh, well, that'll be the guest room. Mom and the girls will be coming in every so often, you know. Then you want to bring home some of your business associates.
I never have.
Oh, but don't you see? Now you can. Huh? Jimmy Dawson, I'm not going to let you be an old stick in the mud anymore. We're going to have a wonderful winter, darling. There's a young couple in the other part. The name is Roxborough. I think that's what the agent said. Anyway, I saw her from a distance. She seemed to be a perfectly stunning brunette, just our sort. I imagine the 4 of us will do lots of things together. Oh, darling, admit it. The house is priceless, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, Helen. But isn't there a small room somewhere where I might do some...
Painting?
Well, yes.
We've discussed this before. It's not healthy for you to bring your work home with you. Besides, it's much too lovely a house to mess up.
Oh, I don't mean advertising layouts, Helen. I want to try some real work. Well, creative work.
I've told you what I think about it, Jimmy. I want to make your home your castle, darling. I want it to be a place for you to relax away from work. We must concentrate now on gracious living. Of course, it's your home, if you feel you must.
No, Helen, skip it.
Of course, darling. From now on, it's gracious living. Remember?
Sure. Gracious living. I'd already begun to make some plans for Helen, for killing Helen, that is, when we moved into the new house 2 weeks later. I rode the Interurban to work that day and left the car with Helen. She said she needed it to move some of our smaller, more breakable treasures. I offered to stay and help her with the moving, but Helen said I'd be in the way. I ate dinner in town and rode the Interurban back, walked the 7 blocks to my new home. I hated it more with each step I took. When I got there, the shades were down. The lights were out on both sides, which meant Helen was out again. I stood outside for a while, not wanting to go in. Finally, I started up the steps, but the doors made me pause. I suddenly realized I didn't know which was my door. I felt like a fool. Suppose I were to go barging in on the Roxboroughs, or whatever their name was. Certainly they'd think I was a fool. All I could do was choose one of the doors. I was just fumbling at the lock with my key when the door opened from the inside. I couldn't see the man who opened it very well, but I could see the gun he held in his hand. It was the biggest gun I've ever seen in my life.
Come in.
Come in. After he closed the door, the man with the gun switched on the lights.
Hey, what?
And I saw the other one. He was big, with a lot of black hair and an angry face. He had a gun, too. Kept fooling with it, spinning the cylinder. He was standing in front of the couch trying to hide something lying there covered with an overcoat. But I knew what it was. I saw the hand trailing down on the floor. A woman's hand.
And just who are you?
You heard him. Who are you?
Is that my wife?
So you're Roxborough, huh? You're supposed to be halfway to Chicago by now.
Roxborough. Well. Cute, ain't he? Curly hair and everything. Real cute.
Look, I made a mistake. You see that...
What do you know about that? He thinks he made a mistake, Rico.
What kind of mistake you think you made, Curly?
What kind of a mistake? You fix this thing all up with our boss the day, the time, the alibi, the works, and then you walk in right in the middle of it. Oh, you made a mistake, all right, Curly.
The biggest mistake you ever made in your life.
Maybe the last, too, huh, Rico? Maybe the last. Who knows?
For a minute, they both just stood and looked at me. Oh, I'd made a mistake, all right. Here I'd gone and stumbled in on a job being done by a couple of hired killers. The job of killing his wife for Roxborough, my neighbor Roxborough. And they thought I was Roxborough. Even that wasn't the worst. As long as they thought I was Roxborough, though, I might be able to make a deal. But if they ever found out I wasn't Roxborough, the end of the line, I had to be Roxborough.
Any last words, Curly?
Now, wait a minute. Honest, I made a mistake.
You said that.
We don't like those kind of mistakes in our business. You can see how that would be, can't you?
But listen, if it wasn't a mistake, why else would I come home right when...
Oh, you can say it. It don't matter now.
Right when we're knocking off your wife. Huh, Curly?
I bet you I know. I bet she likes to play hero, huh, Rico?
Hero?
Sure. You come home, you find burglars. That's us. And we just knocked off your wife, so you knock us off. You're a hero. Get it?
You ought to be in Hollywood, Bud, where they pay for that stuff.
Well, you better tell Curly that I ain't making it up. Because a poor guy tried that on us once, Curly. The poor guy?
But I couldn't have meant anything like that. I don't even have a gun. I ain't even got a jackknife. Listen, we can make some kind of a deal.
There's a rod in the desk. Maybe you figured on using that. Huh, Curly?
Hey, wait a minute, Rico, wait a minute. Curly here said something about a deal.
I don't like deals. The boss don't like deals. I like the other way. It's cleaner all around.
Turn around, Curly.
No, wait a minute.
Relax. I just want to frisk you. This time.
He started going over my pockets, and that was all right, till he came to my wallet and took it. My wallet? The driver's license, social security card, every identification under the sun to prove I wasn't Roxborough, but James Dawson. If he ever looked inside, it was finished. I had to do something to distract his attention. I had to do it right then.
Hey, where you going?
Oh, I just wanted to look.
At her?
Yeah.
Maybe Curly thinks we don't know our jobs, huh, Max?
Go ahead. Take a look.
Take a good look. Might be somebody you know.
I walked over to the couch. I lifted the coat off her face. I looked. I put the coat back again. I felt sick. I hadn't needed more than that one look to know she was dead. And I knew something else. I knew that my chances of getting out of this alive had just gone down about 90%.
Well, satisfied?
He looks kind of sick, Max.
Maybe he's a sensitive type.
You know, these sensitive guys are funny. They don't mind having it done. Oh, no, that don't worry him a bit. But the guy that does it because he needs a few bucks, he's just a big ape. A guy with no feelings. Ain't that right, Curly?
I'm not complaining.
He's not complaining. Well, that's something anyway. Huh, Max? He's not complaining.
Oh, that's good. But a minute ago, he was talking about a deal. I like that better.
We got work to do. We can talk about deals later. And I still say no deal.
Maybe we ought to ask Curly. You want us to finish the job up right, don't you, Curly?
Oh, sure. Ask Curly.
Finish the job?
Sure. Collect the ice.
You don't know what that means. Do you, Curly?
The jewelry, the silverware, the stuff that makes it look like burglars. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Where do you keep it?
Why, her bedroom, I guess.
You guess?
Oh, these sensitive guys are great guessers, but you better have guessed right, Curly.
Come on inside.
All right, now where is it?
I think the dressing table.
Take a look, Rico.
Yeah. Well, looky here. He guessed it right on the nose.
Oh, Curly, sharp he is.
And there's some real pretty ice here, too. I bet this was her engagement ring, huh, Curly?
You got the stuff. You don't have to talk about it.
Oh, you got the wrong attitude, Curly. You knew this was part of the deal. We'd get part of our cut out of the stuff.
Hey, I tell you what I did with that sapphire, Max.
What's sapphire?
The Allison job, the place you got the garnets.
Oh, yeah.
I had it made into a pin for my kid. I gave it to her for graduation. She was crazy about it.
Your kid?
Sure, I got a couple of swell kids, boy and a girl. Smart, too.
Maybe that's the trouble with these sensitive guys, huh, Rico? No kids.
I wanted 4.
But she didn't, huh? Well, that's the way it goes sometimes.
I bet she'd have figured it a little different if she'd have known how it was going to turn out for her. Huh, Curly?
Yeah, maybe she would.
All right, now listen. We got work to do, the rest of the house. Now, about that deal.
Never mind the deal. What are we going to do with him while we're working?
Well, leave him in here. You wouldn't try to holler or anything like that, would you, Curly?
Oh, no, I won't.
There, you see, I told you. He's sharp. He's going to think over the deal while we're gone.
I tell you, I don't like it.
How do you know? You haven't heard it.
Oh.
Now, listen, Curly. There's 2 ways. The first is Rico's way, quick and clean. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
The other way, you pay us $5,000.
But I haven't got $5,000.
With a setup like this, with the business you got, you can raise it, and you're better, too.
I still like my way better.
You see what I mean, Curly? Think it over. Come on, Rico.
Maybe I better stay here and watch him.
If you watch him, who's going to watch me?
I see what you mean.
And don't try nothing funny, Curly.
Because I still like my way better.
I like my way better. He knew he wasn't kidding. So did I. They'd already killed once tonight. There's already one dead body in that house. There could be just as easy be another. There could be me.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Mark Stevens in Tree of Life. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ken Niles for Roma Wines. Here's an easy way to return the compliment of the friendly hospitality you've enjoyed over the holidays. Simply invite your holiday hosts to an open house and delight them with Roma, California wines. Yes, you're sure to please every guest with better-tasting Roma sherry, port, or muscatel, because more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. The reason? Roma wines taste better because Roma starts with choicest grapes, because Roma vintner skill and America's finest winemaking resources guide this grape treasure unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection, because Roma selects at peak taste richness from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. No wonder Roma wines are America's favorites. So, for smart, gracious hospitality at your thank you party, be sure to serve Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, by America's greatest vintner.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Mark Stevens in Tree of Life, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
So there I sat waiting, locked in the bedroom by a couple of hired killers while I ransacked the house for loot. All because I just moved into a two-family house with two front doors that had that Tree of Life design on each one, exactly alike. All because these gunmen thought I was my neighbor Roxborough, who had hired them to kill his wife. Well, they'd done their best, all right. There was the dead body on the couch in the front room right now. That was why I had to make a deal, somehow. A dead body. And more than that, if I did manage to put it over, I had to have money to get away. Because I knew I had to go away, far away, for a long time. They had my wallet. There was just the off chance there might be some in the room here somewhere. She must have had money. I started going over the room with a fine tooth comb. The closet, inside of shoes, hot boxes, under the mattress, any place and every place that a woman might be liable to hide money. In the bottom bureau drawer, I found a leather pocketbook. It had 2 affectionate notes from some guy named Steve, and that was all. I gave up. I went back to sit down in front of the dressing table again. I knocked something on the floor. It was a powder box, one of those musical things that keeps playing some gimmick tune over and over until they run down. There was powder in little heaps spilled on the floor. There was something else. Buried in all that powder was what I'd been looking for. A roll of bills. Nearly $400. I just had about time to put the stuff in my pocket when I heard the 2 gunmen galloping down the hall.
Hold it, Rico. Huh? All right, what's the idea?
Just a little nervous, I guess. I knocked that thing on the floor, see?
Well, put it back together again.
Sure.
What do you know? He's nervous. What are you nervous about, Curly?
My wife's got one of them things, too. Made me get it for her last Christmas.
Did it make you nervous like Curly?
Curly ain't nervous about that. You got a way to get that $5,000, Curly?
I can't get the cash right away.
Well, maybe we could take a note. Huh, Rico?
Huh? Oh, yeah, note. Sure, maybe we could.
Come on, Curly. You're going to come out here and write us a nice little note.
All right.
Now, sit down there at the desk. Make yourself real comfortable.
Maybe you better tell him how the note should go.
Oh, yeah. Maybe I should. Now, Curly, all you got to do is write us a nice little note telling how you killed your wife.
How I killed my wife?
He don't think he did kill his wife.
Maybe he thinks we did.
But if I did that, you could blackmail me. You could keep blackmailing me.
You see, I told you it was sharp. You know, this thing has got to be said right, so one can believe it. Right, Curly?
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. Now, you're going to sit right down there and write how you and your wife was always getting in your hair, you know. You was always having fights, and finally, you had a real big one tonight, and you hit her over the head with a bottle. Only you hit her a little too hard, see?
Is that how she...
You don't think we use these things unless we have to, do you? It's too noisy.
We don't want to cause you no trouble, understand, Curly? We just want to be sure you do raise that $5,000, see?
Yeah, I see, but... Well, if it came to a showdown, how would you explain the note?
Very sharp, very sharp. You see what I mean, Rico? Curly wants to know, if we turn him in, how do we tell the cops we got the note?
Easy.
We make a deal with a guy who's got to take a rap for burglary anyway. Says he burgled this place, too, and found a note. We bought it from him. Get it?
I get it.
Then start writing.
For a minute, I sat there thinking. I wasn't too worried about the handwriting. The chances that Roxborough had been fool enough to write anything in his own hand that these mugs had ever seen was pretty slim. And it couldn't do me any harm, writing a confession in another man's name. So I began to write. And I stopped thinking about Roxborough and his wife. Began thinking about Helen and 5 wasted years. The opportunities missed, the friends lost, the time gone down the drain. All because of Helen and what she thought was gracious living. Gracious living. When I got through it was a pretty good note.
Let me see it. Uh-huh. Okay. It almost sounds like you meant it, Curly.
I did.
Okay. Sign it.
Huh?
I said sign it.
Sign it? I couldn't sign it. I didn't know Roxborough's first name. They'd know that. The one thing they'd be sure to know. I could have cried. To get this far, freedom almost in sight, and then to have it end this way, I just sat there holding the pen.
What's the matter? Cold feet?
Yeah, maybe.
Come on, sign it.
Well,
I'm not K. Roxborough, like that little printed note you sent the boss. The full name.
Not K. Roxborough, the full name.
What's the K for, Curly? Kenneth?
No, it's Kendall. Is that all?
No, that's not all.
Oh, no, the $5,000.
That's the idea. That's my shop, boy, the $5,000.
Well, I don't know where I can lay my hands on that much cash tonight.
Well, cash was sort of what we had in mind, Curly.
I could write you a check.
No checks. Hey, wait a minute. I think he's got something there. Yeah, he could date it ahead. He could say he gave it to his wife for a mink coat or something, and it was stolen by them nasty burglars. You could think up something, couldn't you, Curly? You better. Why can't we get the cash from him tomorrow? Because Curly's got to be in Chicago tonight for sure. If the cops nab him for this job, what good is that little note he just wrote us, huh? Oh, yeah. Okay, Curly, write a check.
Sure.
To, cash.
Yeah. 5,000. Kendall, Roxborough.
Okay. Now we're going to do you a favor, Curly. We're going to take you down and put you on that next train to Chicago. How do we know we won't take a pounder and never come back? And leave this nice business of his? Oh, Curly wouldn't do that, would you, Curly?
No, of course not.
Okay, then let's go. I don't like sticking around here with that. She can't hurt you. She can't hurt nobody. Even Curly, if he's smart.
They went around wiping off fingerprints, even mine. Now, they were very good about that. And they snapped off the lights, opened the door, snapped that behind them, too.
Honey, are you sure this is the Dawson's new place?
No, you said you were.
I heard their voices first, and I saw them. Lillian and Harvey Reynolds. I tried to step back, out of the streetlight, but the 2 gunmen pushed me forward. I just kept my head down and prayed.
What's the matter, Lil?
I bumped into someone.
Come on, let's go home.
I want to know who I bumped into. You know, it's awfully dark, but he looks like Jimmy.
Hey, are you Jimmy?
No.
See, Lil, come on, let's go home.
I think he's Jimmy. Who are your friends, Jimmy?
They're not Jimmy. They're not my friends.
Must be relatives. Don't you think so, Harvey? Must be relatives.
Oh, come on, Lil, let's go home.
Sounds like Jimmy. If you're not Jimmy, where is Jimmy?
I don't know.
Oh. Well, I'm going to find Jimmy.
I beg your pardon, madam. I think I know where he is.
What?
Where is he? Where's Jimmy?
You're just a little mixed up. Now, if you go 5 blocks up the street, then 4 blocks over, it's the big yellow house on the corner.
Come on, Harvey. I told you we'd find Helen and Jimmy.
Hold on, Lil, I want to go home.
I sure feel sorry for Jimmy if she finds him.
So do I. We drove down the station, found that the next train for Chicago was in about 45 minutes. One of them went in with me while I got my ticket. Then we just stood out there in the darkness on the platform and waited. When the train finally pulled in, they walked me down to my car and stood there with me in the vestibule until the train was ready to pull out.
Take it easy now, Curly. And about that check.
Yeah.
It better be good. Yeah, because if it ain't, we'll be waiting for you when you come back.
What did I care where they'd be? I was free. Well, I was going to Chicago, all right. But from there, I was going to catch a train to Detroit. From there, I was going to cross the Canadian border. I was never coming back because I'd made it. I was free. I got into Chicago, all right. I got a train to Detroit last night. I was walking through the observation car, not paying much attention to anything, except look for a seat, when somebody slapped me on the shoulder.
Well, if it isn't Dawson.
Huh?
Oh, yes, maybe you don't know me, Mr. Dawson. I know you, at least by sight. I'm your next-door neighbor, Kent Roxborough.
Kent Roxborough?
Mm-hmm. Well, small world these days, isn't it? I suppose you're out this way on business like me, huh? I stayed over in Chicago last night. Got a good room for a change, too. Then I thought I might just as well clear up a couple little things out in Detroit.
Listen, Roxborough, I got to talk to you.
Of course, old man. Come on, let's find a seat.
No, not here.
What's the matter, old boy? Trouble?
Listen, I ran into those men last night by mistake. Those men you sent to see your wife.
What? What in the world are you talking about? I never sent
Look,
any...
it's all right. I understand why you did it. I was thinking of doing the same thing myself, but I walked in on them by mistake. They told me all about it. They thought I was you.
Let's you and me take a little stroll out onto the observation platform, Dawson.
Yeah, sure.
Now, what's all this, Dawson?
I tell you, it was a mistake. The doors, they're exactly alike.
Yeah, I remember.
I walked in. They thought I was you. They'd already done it. They thought I'd come back to double crosses. So they made me sign a confession that I'd done it in your name.
Confession?
Oh, it's all right. It's in my handwriting, not yours. I even got your first name on it. I had to write them a check, too. $5,000.
You say they'd done it. You know that.
Yeah, I saw her. So I'm going away. Canada. I'm never coming back.
Yeah. You're going away, all right, Dawson.
No, don't shoot. There's something else. They didn't... Oh. They didn't... They found me beside the tracks this morning. They say I may live until tonight, maybe even a little longer. I guess I can't blame him. The cops picked him up. He'll get his. So will those two hired killers. I guess he thought he had to do it once he knew that I knew. I guess I can't blame anyone but myself. I guess it's what you call retribution. Because I'd planned to kill my wife. I'd have done it, too, I guess. But what he didn't give me time to tell him was that it wasn't me that got the wrong door. It was the gunman. It wasn't me that got into his house. It was the gunman that got into mine. It wasn't his wife they killed. It was mine. Gracious living, Helen had always talked about it. Now Gracious dying. I guess that's what you'd call it. Retribution.
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Roma, America's favorite wines. And now this is Ken Niles making a curtain call with the star of tonight's suspense play, Mark Stevens. Mark, I'm sure that Mr. Webster gave the world the word suspense just to describe a dramatic performance such as you've given us here tonight.
Oh, thank you very much, Ken. It was a wonderful part. And I've noticed that you make it a custom here on Suspense to provide your guests with the most wonderfully dramatic roles.
And there's another suspense custom I'm sure you'll enjoy. Each week we present our star with a gift basket of Roma wines. This is yours, Mark. with the compliments of Roma, America's greatest vintner.
Oh, and a pleasant custom it is, too.
Well, pleasantest of all is the enjoyment you share with friends when you serve the delicious Roma California port in your basket. For Roma port adds warmth to any welcome. Roma port is the favorite of millions for evening entertaining. And Roma port is so easy to serve. All you do is pour, and hospitality reigns.
Oh, it sounds like Roma port is a host's best friend.
Indeed it is, Mark. And Roma port tastes so good. In fact, all Roma wines are famous for better taste. And here's the reason. Roma vintners, with ancient skill and America's finest winemaking resources, guide the rich treasure of choicest grapes to tempting taste perfection. Then, at peak taste richness, Roma selects from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines for your pleasure. No wonder more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
Well, the popularity of Roma wine speaks for itself, Ken. And thank you very much, and good night.
Tonight's suspense play was written by J. Douglas Ware. Mark Stevens will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production, I Wonder Who's Kissing Her Now. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Mr. Dan Duryea as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Yes, Roma wines taste better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Roma Wines presents Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Dan Duryea in The Will to Power, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better-tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. For friendly entertaining, for delightful dining. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Dan Duryea in a remarkable tale of suspense.
I walked over to the safe and began to dial the numbers. Before I snapped it open, I turned round to look at him. He was leaning back in the easy chair at the end of the room. His greasy face was covered with a shrewd smile, and he poured a revolver in his right hand.
Come on, get it open.
The gun looked like a model they stopped making in 1900. A .22 with a 2-inch barrel. There were about 40 feet between the safe and where he was sitting. Unless that guy was an Annie Oakley, he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn from that position. And with that gun...
All right, quit stalling. Open it.
I snapped open the little safe, and there it was. I could see Special Super 38 Automatic stamped on the blued surface of the slide. The hammer was back, just as I knew the old man had left it. I picked up that beautiful precision instrument. I turned, not too quickly, snapped off the safety and brought the sights in line between our eyes.
Hey, wait! Wait, don't! The letter! The letter!
He lay there on the floor. I looked at him, and I had that strange feeling that I'd overlooked something. Something important. I walked over to where he was lying. He'd pitched forward, landing in a disjointed heap. The letter. What had he yelled about a letter? Meant nothing to me. A letter? Had I slipped up somewhere? No, it was impossible. I must have stood there over his body for 10 minutes, for the blood was soaking its way across the carpet. I tried to think of how I stood now, of what I had to do next. But my mind wouldn't let me. It kept slipping back to 3 months ago. 3 months ago. 3 months ago. Old man Donovan was in a pretty bad mood that night. He and his wife, Roseanne, were scrapping. They stopped as I came into the living room.
That's fine, all right. Oh, Charles, come in.
Hello, Charles.
Hello, Mrs. Donovan. I finished going over these papers, Mr. Donovan.
Good. They look okay.
Yes, sir?
Have you seen Mrs. Donovan's bank statements around anywhere?
No, I haven't run across them.
Oh, she's been overdrawing again. We've got to get this straightened out once and for all.
I tell you, I haven't been overdrawing. How many times do I have to tell you?
Don't argue with me. Charles, will you see if you can find them somewhere?
I don't know where they are.
Well, of course you don't know where they are. Look for them. What do I have a private secretary for?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm going to bed now. I want those statements in the morning, do you understand? Oh, good night, Roseanne.
Good night, John. Charlie.
Come here.
I can't stand it any longer. I can't live in the same house with him and see you around every day.
Now, is that a nice way to talk about your ever-loving husband?
Tell you, I just can't stand it anymore.
Yeah, this is no good. He's going to talk down to me once too often. I've got to get out of here before that happens.
That's what I've been telling you. Charlie, let's run away. Take a plane to South America tomorrow. We could be together from then on. Let's do that, Charlie. I have a little money, and I have my jewels and the furs. We could get along. Let's do it. Let's call for tickets now.
Run away?
Look, Charlie, isn't our happiness together the most important thing? Let's just leave him. We could go to Mexico. He loves his bank books and bank statements and stocks and bonds more than me anyway. Can't we do it that way? Can't we?
No, baby. We can't.
Well, what are we going to do? I can't go on with him. What can we do? Charlie.
Yeah, baby. That's it. You're reading my mind.
Oh, Charlie, that's...
That's the only way. Is that what you want to say?
I don't know. I don't know.
But I know, baby. You haven't got a thing to worry about. You look beautiful in black. There wasn't much time to waste. I couldn't take any chances on him catching on. If we were going to do it my way, we'd have to do it soon. I began to make plans. I told her we were going to push him out the window. I told her everything. Everything except about the poison. I was ready. I bought the poison, and now only had to slip it into the old man's medicine. At 6 o'clock that night, the phone rang. I knew that was Judge Peters. I picked him to establish my alibi for me.
Hey, a phone, Charles.
Yes, sir? It's probably Judge Peters. He told me he wanted to see me tonight. But if I'm to finish your letters... Well, sir, could you perhaps tell him that I'm not here?
Huh?
It'd be simpler, and I have so much of your work to finish that I...
Oh, sure. Judge Peters.
The old man swallowed it hook, line, and sinker.
You all right?
He liked little intrigues. They were the only adventure in his life. Except for Roseanne.
I'm sorry, Judge. Charles isn't here. I haven't seen him all day, and I don't expect to see him tonight. All right, Judge. Yes, I'll tell you. Good night. We fixed that, huh?
Yes, sir. I think it's better this way. Now I'll be able to finish those letters for you.
Oh, fine. Say, fix me my medicine first, will you, John?
All right, sir. You want soda with it?
Uh-huh.
Enough?
A little more. That's it. That's good. You're only a fair secretary, Charles, but you're a swell butler.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'll get busy on these reports.
Take them down to your room?
Yes, sir, I can work better down there.
All right. Oh, I say, make a note to dump my consolidated steel bonds tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Don't you worry. I'll take care of everything tomorrow. As I walked out the door, I saw him take a sip out of his glass. The next couple of hours, I'd have a lot of work to do. I walked down the stairs instead of taking the elevator. No one had seen me enter, and no one was going to see me leave. My whole plan hinged on leaving without being noticed. I went out the side door. She was waiting for me outside just as we'd arranged. It was exactly 15 minutes after 6. So far, my timing was perfect. I took her through the hotel lobby, over to the elevator. Will you be all right?
I'll be all right.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Will you see that Mrs. Donovan gets off at her floor all right? She's not feeling too well.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Oh, say, do you happen to have the time? My watch must have stopped.
Let's see. That's 20 after 6.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. I'll be up in about an hour, Mrs. Donovan.
Going up.
That was that. Now all I had to do was to stall for time. I walked around for a while. Between 6:30 and 7, I went into some stores where I was known. I said hello to some people, just in case anyone checked. Then I walked around some more. The minutes dragged by. I must have looked at my watch 50 times during that hour and a half. At 8, I went back to the hotel. As I stepped into the elevator, I really noticed the elevator man for the first time. He was big and greasy. I had to make sure he wouldn't forget what time I went upstairs. He made the first move as the elevator began to go up. That was luck.
Get your watch fixed, sir?
Oh, sure. Says 7:30.
It's still not working.
No?
It's almost 8 now.
How do you like that? It must have stopped again. Almost 8 o'clock,
Yeah.
Thanks.
Charlie, where have you been? There's something wrong with John. He keeps moaning and holding his stomach. He wants me to call a doctor.
Stall him for a minute.
What can be wrong with him?
Search me, baby.
I'm so glad you came. Help me to my bed, Charles. Call a doctor for me, will you?
Relax, old man. I'll get him in a minute.
Are you going to do it now? Do you think we better do it now, Charlie?
Charles, for the love of heaven, get a doctor. Don't just let me die here. Roseanne, please get a doctor.
Charlie, I can't. I'm going to lose my nerve.
Help me get him over to the window.
No,
What are you going to do? No, Charles.
That's it, Roseanne. Up on the sill.
No.
Now, push. You know everything now, don't you? I just come in. He fell. We were on the other side of the room. There was nothing wrong with him before the accident. Get it?
Yes.
I looked at her standing there. She was shaking, frightened half to death. And yet her face had a reddish glow, like something warm and mellow. The kind of stuff you feel in your dreams. At that moment, I wouldn't have traded her in for anything. Anything less than $1 million.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Dan Duryea in The Will to Power. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ken Niles for Roma Wines. A friend, famed for her enjoyable little dinners, recently told me her secret of gracious hospitality. Because she's usually busy in the kitchen after guests arrive, her husband keeps their friends pleasantly entertained until dinner time by serving Roma, California sherry. Yes, she's a smart hostess. For better tasting Roma sherry is the favorite of millions as the perfect first call for dinner and for entertaining any time. For Roma Sherry, like all Roma wines, begins with choicest grapes. Then Roma vintner skill and America's finest winemaking resources guide this luscious grape treasure unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. Later, at peak taste richness, Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. So share with your guests the better taste of Roma California wines. Roma Sherry, Port, Muscatel, or Tokay. Insist on Roma, R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, by America's greatest vintner.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Dan Duryea in The Will to Power, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
At the inquest, there was some talk of an autopsy, but the old man's prestige and a crew of lawyers preserved the body in a state of unmarred dignity at the request of the grief-stricken widow. That's just the way they put it, too. The day after the funeral, we were married. Quietly. No publicity. Well, there I was. I had all the old man's dough, and I had her. I don't know what it was that made me go on. Maybe it was the reading of the will that made me go through with my original plans. $1 million? Well, now we know better. In one safety deposit box alone, there was over $400,000 in cash. And then there were the estates. Compared to that kind of money and what it meant to me, she was just another day. James Donovan was poisoned and then pushed out the window. I suggest you dig up the body.
What? Who's this speaking?
I work in the hotel. The night before Donovan was killed, his wife threatened him. Ask anyone on the floor. They'll tell you how Donovan and his wife always fought.
Now, look, suppose you come down here.
That's all, Lieutenant. Dig him up. The second part was in the works, and now all I had to do was to sit back and wait. I was on my way to being the sole owner of the Donovan millions, standing alone on top of a mountain, with everyone looking up at me. Everyone looking up at me. What's the idea of dragging us down here, Lieutenant? Treating us like a pair of common criminals?
What is it you want of us?
You'll get the idea in just a minute now. Just don't get excited.
Not get excited? Why, of all
It's mighty strange the guy falls out of a window with two people in the room.
What do you mean, strange? We were on the other side of the room. Accidents will happen.
Sure, I know. I was at the inquest, too. What I really wanted to ask you was, where were you before he fell out?
I told you. I'd just come in.
I see. You were out before.
Why, yes. I'd gone...
Can you prove that?
What?
Can you prove that you weren't in the apartment any length of time before the accident?
Yes, I guess so. I hadn't seen him all day. Sure, I guess I could prove it. But why?
And how about you, Mrs. Donovan?
Listen, Lieutenant, if you have something to tell us, let's hear it. Otherwise, let us go.
Okay, brother. We dug up old man Donovan. He had enough poison in him to kill a Knox.
Poison?
Poison? Why, that's impossible. He couldn't have been poisoned. Mrs. Donovan was up there with him all the time.
Oh, she was?
Of course. He couldn't have been poisoned.
I see.
Can we go now?
Yeah, sure, you can go. Mrs. Donovan will have to wait, though. We're booking her for murder.
It was perfect. They indicted her for second-degree murder.
That was a smart move on the part of the DA, because he couldn't conclusively prove whether the fall or the poison killed him. And then she swore to high heaven that she didn't see him drink anything while she was there. The lawyer who was trying to prove suicide almost broke a blood vessel. The best part came when the prosecution tried to get me to testify for them. I showed them our marriage license then. It convinced her that I was trying to protect her. But it gave the DA all the motive he needed.
The jury finds the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree.
There was only one more step left. I had to face her in her cell.
You got 5 minutes, mister.
Darling.
Charlie. Oh, Charlie, I've been waiting for you to come.
I'm still in a daze, Roseanne. How did it all happen? The trial, the conviction. It all went so fast.
Oh, I don't know how it happened, but maybe it's better this way. At least part of what we did has been paid for. When I get out, we'll be able to live a free life together.
But 10 years? No, darling. I'm going to tell them.
No.
I'm going to confess everything. I'll do that rather than see you wasting away in prison.
No. No, you're not. You'll just be trading places with me. It'll be punishment enough if we're deprived of each other's love. No, Charlie, this is the only way it can be. And 10 years isn't so long. Now I know you'll always be mine, no matter where I am.
Yes, darling. No matter where you are, I'll always be yours. I really felt bad about it, too. But you've got to compromise in life. I traded in a thing I wanted for something I wanted more. Money and power. It was right there in the palm of my hand. And all I did was make a fist. I headed up to one of the old man's hideouts in the White Mountains then to let things cool off. There I wanted to plan all the things I'd do during the coming weeks. It would have been a great time, except for that phone call. Yes?
Hello, Mr. Ross. I was reading about Mrs. Donovan's trial, Mr. Ross.
Who is this?
The old man was really poisoned, huh? You running off, leaving your wife to take a rap.
Who is this?
Tell you what, for $25,000, no one will ever know about you sneaking out of the apartment that day.
I think you'd better come up here and see me in person.
Okay. I'll be up tomorrow night at 9.
Why not tonight?
You'll be there if you know what's good for you, brother.
Blackmail. I knew what to do, and paying him wasn't the answer. Once I began to pay, he'd then have the power that belonged to me. He'd pull the strings. This man, whoever he was, could degrade me and humiliate me more than I'd ever been degraded while serving the old man. I heard the car drive up at a little after 9. I'd left the front door open and sat in the living room, waiting for him. He walked in.
Hello, Mr. Ross.
It was the elevator man.
Well, Mr. Ross. Got a pretty classy setup here. My. Poor Mr. Donovan. Sure it's a shame when a guy has to leave all that money behind.
Get to the point or get out.
Brother, from now on, you're going to treat me with respect. What I know can send you straight to the chair.
Keep talking.
I saw you sneak out of Donovan's apartment a couple of hours before he died. I saw you pull your act in the lobby so the dame would be alone with the old man. It's pretty clear the way you framed her at the trial. But you didn't fool me for a minute.
What's the count?
Well, I figure you're working the babe for plenty, so, seeing the papers said that Donovan left a flock of millions, $25,000 will do for a start.
You know I haven't got that kind of money here.
How much have you got?
Well, I guess there ought to be $1,600, $1,700 in the wall safe. But look here, if
Get it.
And what do I get in return?
Keep quiet. a while.
For a while.
That's it. Seeing I'm such a valuable guy, I figure you ought to put me on a payroll. Make me sort of a private secretary like you was to old man Donovan.
I think I understand now.
Yeah, you bet you understand. Now get the dough. And fast.
Yes, I see now. I think I see the whole picture. I walked over to the safe and began to dial the numbers. Before I snapped it open, I turned round to look at him. He was leaning back in the easy chair at the end of the room. His greasy face was covered with a shrewd smile, and he was pouring that silly little revolver in his right hand. It looked like a 1900 Ivor Johnson .22 caliber with a 2-inch barrel. I took that, and the fact that there were about 40 feet between us in at a glance. Unless that guy was an Annie Oakley, he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn from that position. And with that gun...
All right. Quit stalling. Open it.
I snapped open the little safe, and there it was. I could see Colt Super 38 Automatic stamped on the blued surface of the slide. The hammer was back, just as I knew the old man had left it. I snapped off the safety and brought the sights in line between our eyes.
Hey, wait! Don't! The ladder! The ladder!
He lay there on the floor. I looked down at him, and I had this strange feeling that I'd overlooked something. I'd hidden his car in the garage and gotten rid of the body. In the cellar under 2 feet of dirt. Maybe I should have left him alone. I could have pleaded self-defense. But no. After Donovan, another trial might not have turned out so well. Now I had to get away. I was really in the clear. Nobody'd ever look under those boards in the cellar. Nobody'd ever dare to snoop around Donovan's place. My place. Not unless they suspect something. And why should anyone suspect anything? Not in my house. My house. In a minute, I'd be off this dirt road and on the highway to New York. Yes, that's it. Back to New York. Then out of the country. What the... Hey, you. How about pulling out of the road and letting me by?
You seem to be in an awful hurry, mister.
Who is it? Why don't you...
How about letting me see your driver's license, huh? Well, if it isn't Mr. Ross.
Why, Lieutenant Braden, what's the trouble?
Oh, no trouble at all. As a matter of fact, I just came up here to talk to you. Sort of a social call.
Well, right now I'm going to New York. I mean, I can't. You see,
you know, Mr. Ross, I never had a chance to talk to you after the trial. I got a little theory about Donovan's death. Oh, it's too late to do anything about it now, of course, but I thought it might be nice if we could sort of discuss it.
Sure. Any time except now. I'm in a great hurry.
So I thought I'd kill two birds with one stone.
What?
Well, some crank sent me a letter, see, saying he was coming up here to see you. It seems he thought that you might kill him.
A letter?
Yeah, it probably didn't mean a thing, but, well, you're a rich man now, Mr. Ross. You'll just have to get used to being a target for cranks.
A letter. That's what he meant. The letter.
What's the matter, Mr. Ross? You don't look so good. Yeah, there's nothing to be afraid of. I tell you what. Your house ain't far from here. Let you and me take a little stroll up there and see if that crank has arrived, huh? It'll make you feel better.
Oh, I'm all right. Just let me go.
No. I insist. It'll set your mind at ease. Okay? Come on, let's go.
The cop didn't have any trouble finding him at all. I guess Roseanne will get the money after all now, when she gets out. It's too bad, really.
presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma, America's favorite wine. This is Ken Niles returning to our Suspense microphone with the star of tonight's play, Dan Duryea. Dan, I've noticed in your last few pictures that you've forsaken the cloak of villainy to play the hero.
Yes, Ken, I have managed to qualify for a love scene or two lately, in spite of my wicked reputation.
Well, then I'm afraid we've done you wrong tonight, casting you as the villain.
No, on the contrary, Ken. I don't want to be a hero on Suspense. Look at what happened to the good guy tonight. Poisoned. Pushed out of a window in a couple of minutes flat.
Well, maybe you're right, Dan, but heel or hero, for your fine performance tonight, you rate a reward. So here's a gift basket of Roma wines with thanks from Roma, America's greatest vintner.
Oh, thank you, Ken. And Roma. I'll be glad to be a villain on Suspense anytime.
And you'll be glad to have Roma California Sherry on hand when guests drop in. Just serve the Roma Sherry in your gift basket and watch the smiles of enjoyment appear at the first sip of this better-tasting Roma wine. Remember, too, Roma Sherry is the perfect first call for dinner. A delightful treat anytime.
I know that about Roma Sherry, Ken.
But do you know why Roma Sherry tastes better? Well, to begin with, Roma selects and presses the choicest, most luscious grapes in all California. Then the ancient skill of Roma vintners with America's finest winemaking resources guides this rich treasure unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. Later, at peak taste richness, Roma selects from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines for your pleasure. That's why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
What better reason? Thank you, Ken, and good night.
Thank you, Dan Duryea. Dan Duryea appeared through the courtesy of Universal International Studios and is currently being seen in their production White Tie and Tails. Tonight's suspense play was written by Frank Talbot. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Miss Joan Bennett as star of Suspense. Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.